Hey guys, welcome back. Time now is 11:58. 3 point. First one is okay, and we begin again the noise study live stream for today, and a lot of changes going on, and so we first check what the second is the current minute, and so to say, and um, is 54 seconds, and we begin now, and so feel free and feel unrestrained and unrestrained. And what we do now is to first copy the notes from the lecture and rehear the lecture and what's going on. And keep thinking about the continue speak, just using the easiest way, and so so reopen the blackboard. Yeah, it's still not close. And so let's write this down like multiply. Oh, yeah. um, Remove the five five teller and the potential classmates, so could convert us in, and we need take a shower and duschen, and etc. Here is white cyan and this material. So just let's do it. Mm.嗯，我感觉这个角度好像有点 wait，嗯嗯 嗯，行，嗯嗯，okay, so yeah. 嗯嗯，行，那就先这样吧。然后，so 我们就 get into the study state。嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯嗯
why does the empire fight back well? Because if it would not, then it would be clear that if peak, and then there would be an end for sure in the second period. So we have already effects with respect to the case where rotation building so my opinion is the rational outcome of the entry by captain. So it's not very surprising because we are looking already at the favorable initial conditions of the environment. Prior, the result is already high, and we have seen that in general, as soon as there's some probability that the capital starts entry in the first period, then it will increase the probability assigned to be enough time. So we decide that to be enough time in the second period will increase. I think in any case reinforces the favorable initial conditions. It's not very surprising that we get this outcome, which EU pattern finds for sure entry, and the weak effect stays up. This, of course, is for the first period. The second period, as I said before, the second period there is no solution anymore, and then the capital will never find it. The entry will occur, of course, only if the economic partner is big.
It's a probability that we get here, probability that the economy is tough as pilot. Is it true that this probability is smaller zero P bar? This is smaller P bar than the ambient errors.
Well, now we are going to look at what happens here. But you see the probability here. The stuff is always started.
That is also we have that bar because we have a case where it's regard bar. But the important thing is almost naturally that the probability is higher than bar.
Right. Yes. So now we're going to look at the case for the reverse situation. The board interesting in the sense that it shows that is incentive for application, even if it is completely understood by the opponent, still it's more fighting or war in order to deter certain probabilities that the future part is correct. candidate equilibrium. Let us show why this is the case. So this is what it means that beta was the probability of the candidate by entry. And this strategy is beta is neither 0 nor 1. In equilibrium, beta cannot be 1, like for sure, because in this case, we would have that P0 is the probability for toughest. This is the result for this formula. Always valid. Just beta or 1 is probability would be 0. And since now we are in the reverse case where 0 is smaller than P upper bound, which was a threshold for an entry. In this case, in period 2, only 1 will say, well, probability that guy start is actually more than P upper bar, so that length. And if only in second period enters for sure, then I think in the first period is advantage of the fact. So that the candidates spent off not fighting it, and actually we don't be 0. Now, can be either be 0 is probability or 5. Because we are in the overarching case in which actually there is a possibility that some tutoring of education and tutoring over larger than benefits from it are larger than the cost of the education. That also error finding would not be easy. The same reason as before. Assume that error finding would be chosen as beta is equal to 0. Then, when we need to get the task, you would signal that you are task for sure in the second period, and then we can do not enter the second period. But then, because we are in this case here, we come to the profit the temporal from period 1. So, also finding the entry. Always try to beg entry is not optimal. Always not finding entry is not optimal. The only solution is that the candidate's behavior will be mixed strategy, cycle strategy. Probability beta between 0 and 1 will find the entry. So now we are going to find the business strategies. The business strategies that involves candidate on the one and deciding with which probability to decide the then on the other side, the potential extract is a clear. But only one big extract of core one will also have choose whether to enter or not, and we also have to randomize. The logic of this strategy is that the probability distribution of review strategies is selected in such a way that it gives the opponent different of its possible strategies. So, particular now, beta, the level of beta, must be such that the angle of the second filter one is different about and the angle of recovery must randomize entry so as to make the weakening candidate different between 5 and accommodate the entry. How should beta be chosen so as to make the future potential entrant in beta? Well, we have to look at period 2, which is the last period, hence there is no future, which means that the impact of colony 1 period will be different even though the probability that the candidate start is equal, exactly equal to the threshold the alpha bar. Because in the starting model, in one period model, we say, well, if B0 is larger than the alpha bar, then it's better to stay out. If B0 is smaller than the alpha bar, then it is better to enter. It means that if B0 is precisely equal to the alpha bar, the potential entrant is different. So, now, however, it is not P0, which is sizing or the behavior of the potential entrant, but it is the posterior belief entrant and the entire stuff. We have automatically. So, what was the posterior belief? This was the formula. And this formula is equal to the alpha bar. And the alpha bar was represented like B divided by 1 plus B. So, just one equation 1 and 4. And this gives us beta. So this equation beta, which is the probability with which the candidate randomizes in case of entry. So, beta is then this number. it is the probability with which entry will default.
这个行。
And also what is the probability that entry is both first period. Probability that the incumbent is stuck is 0. Plus the probability that the incumbent is weak, but actually 0. The probability that it fights back, which is the feedback is here. So we can search for beta equilibrium value. And this gives us this probability. Probability is the entry will be close to the first period. These factors in order to compute the expected payoff of the weak entrant first period. This probability entry will default. Then the entrant is -1. With the complementary probability, we will be accommodated. And then it gets B. So this gives us this expression. So this is the expected payoff from A for the first number. If it does not enter, it gets 0. So then there is a strict incentive to enter if it is larger than 0, which means that E0 is smaller than some threshold. Zero is smaller than 1. It turns out the square of P alpha bar, which was the threshold for entry in the study, is 1. So, since this is the number between 0 and 1, this is smaller than P alpha bar. So we have actually
很长呀。
total threshold. Which will have an impact on the entry behavior in the first period. Now, in order to complete the description of the equilibrium, we have to distinguish between the two cases. We are in the case in which 0 is smaller than P alpha bar, and now we investigate the case in which 0 is also smaller than P bar squared, which is the is a negative value of entry of the weak character. A positive there are possibilities. So who is here is the first period. The first period is a very difficult so, there's a prior zero that is a silent start, which would have been silent days. Starting from zero and then the probability of zero time. Then the probability of 1 and the week is randomized and sizes independent from the weighted average of 1 beta weighted by the 1 consists of the probabilities of times. So now we are looking at an equation which is hardest for the fire in the case of the enter. So enters because the expected value of entry is simply positive. With entrance enters equilibrium, enters explodes equilibrium. What is now the impact on the second equilibrium? If no fight occurs in the first period, so then entrant 1 enters for sure. So, otherwise, which tends to be the case because the fire is also tough. Or probability, but of course, that is fine. Otherwise, there's been entry in period 1. Either by a dump fire or by a fire, the case which was selected by the active device. Then, upon observing 5, the first period, the central of the second period must decide whether to question or not. And as we said before, we will randomize the equilibrium. Randomize the equilibrium, choosing to enter a body that observes 5 with some probability. The probability that makes each incumbent indifferent in finding the only the first. So now let us denote by gamma the probability that one enters even that 5 was observed in one column. There is some gamma here. So now what must this gamma be? We now have to look at the impact of gamma on the expected value of the for 5 what is the final expected value of 5 in the first? Finds not what here, of course. If there is minus 1. And the second period, if the income of only 1 will be tough, equal to probability 0, it will enter for sure. And since the end of the story, the fire is only stay is a normal time of the next period. You will go to probably 1 by 0. Then this guy is randomizing. So when you not do this by gamma, because the elementary methods, even the time of the so given the time of the it enters probability 0 for the gamma. In which case, since this is the end of the story, the fire accommodates and this. Could also be that the entrance does not enter because we probably don't much gamma. They say the fire is zero, and it reveals that it's a weak, and then since we are in this situation in which zero is smaller than p, does not reveal exactly. We are in a situation in which we are zero smaller than r, and there is no rotation that has to be made, and also second field that will be entry. And so if we get the binary at zero, also. So gamma must be chosen by the entrant of the second period so as to make the candidate different between finding and not finding it in the first period. This is an infinite logic, but it is a so then we have one equation, one to one. So this is equal to 0. And this boils down to this one, which is gamma. You see that so this equation, so these are all positives. So this means that the gamma must be smaller than 1. And is also larger than 0, otherwise we would not be this. But otherwise, if you have read the different terms, so you have this so and because if I change the notation, then you say, well, but if the differential is different. Honestly, say something else. Okay. I try to say the ecology or given. So now we are left with the last possibility. So this one. We also have that fire randomizes. Randomizes the reaction rate in the first period. One is 4. Whether weak entrant is out. Is out because the expected period of range is negative. Entrant of colony 2 is the expected period of entry is positive, is 0 is polar. Now we have So the weak entrant of only 2 stays out. This is even different from what we saw in the one period game with the associated information, which case here there was always an entry. Now there is no entry. There's no entry in this range here. Because the incumbent understands that in order to display future entry, so we're actually not both anymore, but we know that I will just power the year I know that the incumbent is ready to fight me, just to signal to the future possible renders and maybe that. So Caution understands the traditional effects of the target stays out. This is something that has been important in lots of relations in the tires, Soviet or West environment, muscle states. Should refrain from bending because we get incentive contact just to signal that we are back. So, the period that we can use this out and entry by the tough entrant instead is for back and higher with probably 4. If you fight for course, then fight of course, then nothing is learned for the next colony, and since that the case in which 0 is below the bar, then in this case, we can the 2 or 1 unfortunately. So, otherwise, we would prioritize. That is to say, if the entrant of colony 1 is so that colony 2 is 5, then it randomizes with the same probability as before. That is to say, entrance of product from the 5 is probably gamma. So, just check that the state is correct. We see that these computational effects change the nature of behavior and the probability of war. So, with the information, it is both a weak or never. In case of incomplete information, the static case with just one copy, so that or will occur also with weak types if the driver of each work it will never occur with weak types, and entry will occur depending on the driver of each needed to define the stuff. Minority is large, entry, otherwise there will be no war. So war only occurs between weak types if we are in this dynamic. And at the same time, we can have war even if both types are weak. If the prior probability that the title is that is this main range here, then we have the weak type of the of course, war, of course, is probably of course, is probably even if the IoT because if both are weak, absorb more. The fear of being fault just for reputational reasons is so strong that the mechanical of the first behavior stays up. Which is different from the starting point. Here the difference is that even though we can and of course by tough instead of dating it, one billion version faster. It is not only an issue of more to be types, but also the issue of more to be higher and the touch. Just to replace your level potential potential. So, for closing the letters, have a look now entering the details and more colonies. So, the structure of the curriculum is a bit similar. It's quite similar. So in this case, we have thresholds. We have the three potential entrance and we use the entry of colony 3, and then colony 2, and then colony 1. So and then if we focus on what happens in colony 3 and the first one, then we are in the case in which the potential can be interesting. Then again we have ranges determine the behavior now in a colony 3. Again, if the probability that the time struct should be large, then larger than this square, the value of this is the alpha bar. Then the weak incumbent fights for sure 3 and the weak X results there. Then there is the intermediate between P alpha bar to the unit and P alpha bar square, which is the incumbent to find whether to find X or not. And the weak entrance is out. Of course, without entrance. And then we have the case in which 0 is smaller than E alpha bar unit, and then we can randomize this and the structure is similar. Of course, we should complete the description whether we have that also here. So, last period is always like a sub one. The middle periods are with n colonies, with n larger than 3. Again, we have the power of P alpha bar determines the thresholds. So, what is interesting here is that when there are still many colonies, each entrance stay out. The first periods they tends to stay out. Also with incumbents 5. Then when just a few colonies remain to be settled, with entrance they change to the incumbent. So it's also intuitive. So if I know that the monopolist or the buyer a lot of colonies behind me that they find on this key and to impress, then I understand its logic, even if it's free to press, but then I don't find it. But if I am always the last one, then there is essentially there is both, because computation like a capital good that not use the periods, so that it's not so important. It's appreciated very quickly. Then I understand this as a right improvement that I We choose not to file and then let it start. Because it's automatically signals that file is everybody understands it, and then everybody. This is document check. Once you understand that the file is weak, then everybody. It's like Africa. So these are more technical curiosity. So even though it's rows, so the author, the paper can show that if you look at the statistical result, we increase the number of colonies and the patient bias. Then the content which is the same, you can take from expected value in equilibrium, as in the case in which you could start with credible and forcible commitment, either you always find or you always appropriate. And the sensor reputation is similar to commitment, which was a critique that mentioned at the beginning against the second period nationality one is not something to of course, if you can commit and when there is no entry and you make it proper. Indeed, it's clear that status gain for the buyer is when you would be able to commit, this would be best possible situation. So, the when bank entry would be credible, could be the case. So if you give your order color and you are other bank, like national societies, must chief assessment. And that to be that more of a smaller. His identity would be lost. Finally, his work. Of course, one society is more reasonable for me. All right. So, other questions? Then you stop here. the difference. Now the difference. On one hand, so for the first illustrate the complete information and the weak colony would enter precisely if only if the stuff is small. More than the fraction about. So that stays out now in the previous case, it's not very surprising. What is surprising here is that the however, finds entry. And of course, entry, of course, only if the colony is only the entry of colony to staff. And why we find that question? Because if it will not, then it will be clear that it's deep, and then there will be an entry for sure in the second period. So, we have already a difference with respect to the case where rotation really finding the period is the rational outcome of the entry by so it's not very surprising because we are looking already at favorable initial conditions from the prior stuff is already high, and we have seen that in general, as soon as there's some probability that it can such entry period, and then we increase the probability last time. So we decided that the last time second period will increase. And I think it indicates reinforces the favorable initial conditions. It's not very surprising that we get this outcome. EU power lies for sure entry, and the difference stays up. Of course, it's for the first period. The second period, as I said before, the second period there is no solution anymore, and then the coming to level 5. The entry will occur, of course, only if the
Is the probability that we get here probability that we come stuck despite it's true that this probability is smaller zero P bar. This is smaller P bar than the errors.
Well, now we are going to look at what happens here. But see that the probability here the everything stuff is always starting at 0.
That is also bar, because we got a case where the important thing is about entering is higher than bar.
Right. Yes. So now we're going to look at the first. The resource sense that shows that is setting for application, even if it is completely understood by the opponent, still is more fight or more in order to deter certain probabilities to call this way. So now it becomes more complicated because we will have to resort to business strategies in order to find the equilibrium. Let us show why this is the case. So this strategy is that beta was the probability of the candidate by entry in the first period. And this strategy is beta is neither 0 nor 1. Equilibrium beta cannot be 1, but for sure, because in this case, we would have that B0 is the probability of toughness. Is the result this formula always bad. Just beta one this probability would be 0. And since now we have in the reverse case where 0 is smaller than p bar, which was a threshold for entry. In this case, in period 2 or 1, same way, probability that the guy stuff is actually smaller than p alpha bar, so that if the only in second period enters for sure, then I think that in the first period is advantage. So that the target is better off not finding it, and actually beta would be 0. So now can be either be 0 is probability of 5. Because we are in the large case in which actually there is a possibility that some deterring of computation and deterring over larger than the benefits from it are larger than the cost of this verification. That also never find it will not be the same reason as before. So assume that never finding would be shows that beta is equal to 0. Then by limiting the task, you would signal that you are task for sure in the second period, and then we enter, will not enter. then, because we are in this case here, the carpet will profit temporarily. So also finding the entry. If always finds the entry not optimal, always not finding the entry not optimal, the only solution is that the carpet's behavior will be its strategy. Probability beta is the one who finding the entry. So now we are going to find the exit strategies. The exit strategies that involves the carpet on the one and deciding which probability to slide the entry, of course, one. Then on the other side, the potential effort is simply of only one. We end up of only one. We also have tools whether to enter or not, and we also have to randomize. The logical system equilibrium is that the probability of the strategies is selected in such a way that it makes the opponent different from its possible strategies. So, particular now, beta, level of beta, must be such that the impact of the single field of one is different about and the impact of the economy must randomize entries so as to be the reaching candidate is different in 5 to accommodate the entry. How we have chosen so as to make the future potential impact different. Let's look at let's look at period 2, which is the last period, as there is no future, which means that the impact of only one period will be different in only probability that the candidate staff is equal, exactly equal to the threshold the upper bar. Because the static model, one period model to say when if P is equal to the upper bar, then it's better to stay out. If it's zero is smaller than the upper bar, then it is better to enter. So we said if P0 is precisely equal to the upper bar, the potential entry is sizing or behavior of the potential wave, but it means the posterior belief angle and the tire structure. So, what was the posterior belief? This was this formula is equal to T alpha bar. And T alpha bar was circulated like 3 divided by 1 plus T. So, just one equation 1 alone. And this gives us this equation beta, which is probability with which the pattern randomizes in case of entry. Beta is this number. And this is the probability with which entries will be formed. What is the entry is the fourth first period. Probability is the probability that the encounter is done is 0, plus the probability that the encounter is weak, 1 by 2 is 0, probability that it fights back, which is beta is here. So we can search beta and we will value. And this gives us this probability. Both in the first period. This matters in order to compute the expected payoff of the weak entrant in the first period. This probability enter with this fault. Then the entrant becomes minus 1. If you complement that probability, it will be accommodated. And then it gets equal. So this gives us this expression. So this is the expected payoff from entry or the first column. If it does not enter, it gets 0. So then you get a strict incentive to enter if is larger than 0, which means that is 0 is smaller than some threshold. Is 0 is smaller than 1. It turns out the square of P alpha bar, which was the threshold for entry in the study, is quite far. amount is smaller than the upper bar. So we have actually total pressure here. An impact on the entry behavior of the first period. Now, in order to complete the description of the equilibrium, we have to split between the two cases. We are in the case in which 0 is smaller than 3 above, and now we investigate the case in which 0 is also smaller than bar square, which is the case in which there is a negative area for entry on the weak reactor. A positive there are possibilities. So moving here is the first period. First period is a very big group of the prior to 0, the final start, which would have been final indicates. Start from to 0, and then the probability of 5, 0, 5. Then the probability 1 by 0 is weak, and the weak is randomized and times the effective probability. It's a weighted average of 1 beta weighted by the differences in the probabilities of the times. So, now we are looking at a situation which is hardest for the fire. Based on the enters because the expected failure from entry is strictly positive. With entrance enters in equilibrium, enters explode. What is now the impact on the second period? If no fight occurs in the first period, then N1 enters for sure. Otherwise, which tends to be the case because the environment is close to the top, probability is close to the top, and there is time. Otherwise, there's been entry period 1 was selected by the architect twice. Then, observing fight in the first period, the candidate of the second period must decide whether to enter or not. And as we said before, it will randomize the equilibrium. Randomize the equilibrium, choosing to enter upon electron observed fight with some probability. The probability that makes a weak channel in this frame. You will find it in the only in the first one. So now let us denote by gamma the probability that one enters even that 5 goes to 0 in a field 1 coordinate. Some gamma here. Probably no first figure and probably 1 figure. So 5 1 enters more than 5. So now what must this gamma be? We now have to look at the impact of gamma on the expected payoff of the what is the final expected payoff of finding the first? Bites, not what here, of course. Beta is minus 1. Then, in the second period, there are probably if anytime of only 1 is probability 0, it will enter for sure. This is the end of the story. The fire accommodate. Stay.
注意感觉。
Normal time. Is equal to probably 1 minus 0. Then this line is normalizing it. So by gamma, probably the method enters given this final given the final it enters probability 0 for the gamma. In which case, since it's the end of the story, the Gefei accommodates and this. Could also be that the enter does not enter because we probably want much gamma. It's a Gefei. So instead the accommodates 0, then it's 0 and reveals that it's a weak, and then this is the situation in which the 0 is smaller than p. That's not really exactly the situation in which we have 0 smaller than gamma, and there is no rotation that has to be built, and also some fields that will be entry. And so we get the pi by 0 also. So gamma must be chosen by entrant of the second period so as to make the candidate different between finding and not finding it in the first period. This is a logic, but it is executable. So, again, we have one equation, one unknown. So this is equal to 0. And this points down to this one, which is gamma. You see that so this equation so these are all positive, but it means that the gamma must be smaller than 1. And it's also larger than 0, otherwise it will not be this.
Also, one really one application contains something and one that is one. There, the first two, so you designate the column by 2.
Yes, but otherwise you have raised the differential, so you have this sort of adjustment because if I change the notation, then you say, well, but the differential is different.
Honestly, it's something else.
Okay. I try to say the columns are here. So now let's read the last possibility. So this one. virus randomizes entry and randomizes the reaction to entry in the first figure. Whether weak entrant is out. Is out because the expected payload range is negative. Entrant of colony 2 is expected payload range is positive, is equal to polar entrant of colony 2 stays out. This is even different from what we saw in the one period case with the associated information, in which case here there was always an entry. Now there is no entry. There is no entry in this range here because the incumbent understands that in order to display future entry, so actually I'm not involved anymore, but I know that I just power layer and aggregate. I know that the incumbent is ready to is ready to fight me just to signal to the future possible renders that may be tough. So, because it understands the additional effects of the fire, it stays out. This is something that in important explaining local relations. The fires in Soviet or US environment should refrain from failing because we have incentive to contact just a signal that we are passing. So, the period that we can stays out and entry by the tough entrant instead is put back by the fire with the probability 4. So, if no fight occurs, then the fight occurs, then nothing is learned for the next colony, and since we are in the case in which 0 is below the upper bar, then in this case entrant, here is 2 or 1, the entrant function. So, otherwise, you would randomize. That is to say, if the entrant of colony 1 is so that colony 2 is occupied, then and it randomizes with the same probability if before. That is to say, entrance of colony from zone 5 is probability gamma. So, it's just to check that the claim is correct. I'm going to share to same guidelines before to make the document so we see that this observational effects change the nature of behavior and the probability of form. We saw with the full information is was a weak or would never occur. In the case of incomplete information, the static case is just one colony, so that or would occur also with big times if the prior probability work if it never occur with big times and it will occur depending on the prior probability that the fire starts. Priority starts, and otherwise there will be no war. So war only occurs with big times. We are in this dynamic. Setting, we can have more even if 4 times a week. So, if the prior probability and the fire is tough is low, this prior range here, then the big height of the origin. And 5, of course, or 4, of course, is probably find of course is probability even if the 5 is weak. Because if both are weak, we observe 4 are weak. fear of being default, the asking for reputational reasons is so strong that the inheritance of the first period stays up. Which is different from the starting point. Here the difference is that even knowing and if it occurs by a task type instead of accommodating one period version faster. And it's not only an addition of work to the times, but also the addition of work to the fire and the task. Just to replace short parallels, the short engine. So, for closing, let us have a look now entering the details in more columns. So, the structure of the curriculum is a bit similar, quite similar. So in this case, we have thresholds, we have three potential entrants, and we use with the basically of column 3, then column 2, and then column 1. So and then we focus on what is column 3 and the first one. So we are in the case in which potential thinking interesting. Then again we have ranges that determine the behavior now in column 3, the first period of again. If the probability that the fire starts large, then larger than this square. So let this be about. Then the weak comment fights for sure 3 and the weak edge stays out there. Then there is a equilibrium between E upper bar to the unit and E upper bar square, which is the five radicalizes the 5 across, and the weak angle is out. What's the dark angle? And then we have the case in which 0 is smaller than the upper bar unit, and then we will have rationalized the structure is similar. Of course, we should complete the description by the way that also clear too. Last period is always like the starting point. The intermediate period there. With n colonies and larger than 3. Again, we have the power of the upper bar determines the thresholds. What is interesting here is that when there are still many colonies of that with entrance stay out. So the first periods they tend to stay out. Most of the happens fine. Then when just a few colonies remain to be settled, with entrance they challenge the incumbent. So it's also intuitive. So if I know that the monopolist or the buyer has a lot of colonies behind me that the pilot wants key and to press, then I understand its logic and it's free to press and find the event on fire. But if I am always the last one, then there is something is very small because application thanks to the capital good that not use the periods, so that it's not so important. It's appreciated very quickly. Then I understand this as a regular group, and then I start to train. Then I'm going to define I randomize, we choose close to 5, and then let it start. So it's automatically signals that everybody is down, then everybody understands it, and then everybody. This is all I'm saying. Once you understand that the everybody is weak, then everybody. It's like Africa. So these are more curiosity. So you look like it's rows, so the author, the paper can show that we look at this result, the infinite number of colonies, and the patient bias. Then the weak content reaches the same even then colonies. The failures as in the case in which it could start with a credible and forcible to weak, and I want to also inspire from before this the same certification is beyond commitment which was a critique mentioned at the beginning against the period national period one is not something for. Of course, if you can commit and when there is no entry and you can operate. It's clear that establish game for the fire if you would be able to commit, this would be the best possible situation. So, the friend to fight back and credible commitment could be the case. So, if you give your portal color and you are other man, like digital society is Western Indiana, the chief says, and that more than one. The identity would be lost. And finally, it's worse.
course, how the society is all right. So, other questions? Then we start here.
There's one thing that Maria gave me to discuss with the solution. Basically, what I've been told is, so there is this third sign language, is basically no concept, right? Which is you referring to this web video actually, right? Berlin. And then the idea from our side was that there's going to be this tutorial at the end of, right? I guess, right? Which was scheduled for January 15 at 4. And I learned that probably there is some for the public people and there's some other thing happening in parallel. So what I can offer you, like after discussing with Jelle, that we have the tutorial the week after. That would be January 22nd. So my first question would be, that would just be a week after, right? So is there this other tutorial also happening the week after? That was not the case in the first pilot. Because I mean, we were having a tutorial earlier, right? At the same spot, and then nobody comes back. So why is that?
Yes,
This is what makes planning hard. Okay, so this is where we thought that the slot is free and that was not free. Okay, so that would not help. So then, yeah, that said, we could also do the 22nd at 2. Would that help? Would that also work for you? 22nd, so January 22nd, what day is that? Thursday at 2 instead of at 4. Is that free? Yeah, please all check. So if we decide on doing this, okay, so then I'll give that to Jelle and Maria. So then the idea would be to move this from here it is. Right here it says January 15, 4. So then we move that to January 22nd and 2. I hope you find a room, but all right. So I hope that works. So then back to macro. So basically before Christmas, what I did do was this tour to the RBC. Right? So we stopped here at this chapter 5, which is the whole idea of chapter 5 is showing you an RBC model, getting across why we have these models, why they're important, and how we work with that, right? And I mean, there's really a lot that we did in this chapter 5. I mean, it's basically on this slide, right? This was about setting up this model, and I mean, the key change from what we did before was that it's now a stochastic model, right? So now there's some randomness, there's expectations, right? All that didn't happen before. This was the new thing, right? Which makes this business cycle model, right? This is what we talked about expectations, uncertainty, whatever. We talked about labor supply. Now we talked about how to solve these models, right? And that was actually a large part of this lecture, right? And basically my idea was to show you who actually implement a solution of the dynamic model. And the way to get the solution was to use the math logic-driven coefficients on this walking price model, right? Good. Then we talked about calibration and what I mean by quantitative model analysis, right? I mean, I showed you the impulse responses. I also showed you this AXA file, which are glad one's a big fan of, right? So feel free to play around with this AXA itself, right? Because it's really helps to understand what's actually going on there. Because given that this model is still relatively small, right? You can actually solve this in AXA, right? Okay. Yeah, and then I mean, we stopped basically here, like this was the day before our focus. We talked about what that actually now means, right? So what does it tell us about what actually the productivity of shop is doing in these models? And then we talked about like the pros and cons of RBC. This is basically where we ended. So sorry about this lots of slides, but as far as I remember, stopped. Yeah. And I mean, this is basically the RBC story in one slide. It turns out, I mean, an RBC model is admittedly relatively, maybe simple is not the right word, it actually doesn't do much, right? Maybe that's the word to say, right? An RBC model is a model where markets work perfectly, right? There's perfect competition, there's no inefficiencies, there's no frictionless, right? Everybody's just maximizing their best interest, right? This was the discussion that we were having about efficiency, right? Obviously, model is always efficient, right? And the only thing that you put in is these productivity shocks, right? This is what we call the RBC real business cycle. And in a way, this is kind of the big success of this model, right? Given that it is this small in a way, right? And we just put in this productivity shock. It still explains many things. But you can actually think about business cycles and that model to some degree, right? And this is in a way the big success of the RBC. This doesn't mean that the RBC is the end of the world. It definitely isn't, because there's also very big failures of the RBC, right? There's so many things an RBC cannot explain us, right? I mean, I will be talking about that basically on the following slides, right? The one thing that we already talked about, that was basically this slide that we stopped with last week, where I showed you basically what you do with an RBC model. You simulate data, right, based on models. So basically say, take your model, really estimate economy, simulate data, say GDP, consumption, and for hours worked, right, for all these models that we talked about. And then what you see, if you look at business cycle statistics, you compare that to data, right? This is the data from the US economy. You compare that, you actually see that the RBC model does a pretty good job at matching consumption, volatility, so there's standard deviation, investment volatility. And it really fails at matching this data hours of work. Right? So this is one of these obvious things that people basically discuss when they see this statistics, right? That's why some of your first thoughts. So, I mean, as I said, this is basically where I want to go, right? I mean, if you take the RBC is kind of our first step, right? This is where the RBC model is the basis of many things that come later, right? But it's really just the basis, right? And I mean, I want to give you some examples, basically, of what you like to do based on that. And then in the next chapter, we'll talk about the UPSC model, which builds exactly on that. There's some major things that it changes, but like all these techniques that we discussed, right? Equation, simulated models. This is what you do with all the models that we nowadays work with, right? This is why I spent so much time talking about this RBC model, because it really teaches you many things that you need in order to understand how what we do. Okay. We have some thoughts. One of the obvious things, right? I mean, these hours, these adverbs, right? It's just really not well explained in RBC model. What do you think? Why is this? But what would you say? I mean, I've shown you this model, right? What is there something where you say that's something I'm missing? That's something I would like to see? Just limit that, right? So if you look at the standard deviation of hours work that we get, you're just not matching that in terms of what you forget to predict, right? So you see that the model, hours work is less, the standard deviation is too small compared to what we have. In the data, you see that hours work is almost as volatile as today's GDP, whereas in the model it's just not. Right? Basically, hours don't move enough compared to the data. Well, and for consumption, it's also, you're right that the difference is not as large. So let's say on consumption, there's easy stuff you can do, something you don't see here, right? Whereas on employment, based on the standard model, it's just not enough business, right? But also relatively, right? I mean, here you're matching only half of the volatility. The difference is not as large. If I show you this model, it's obviously it's complicated. At least I'm moving here, but well, what do you think? You think it's useful, or is there stuff you would like to see, or I can stop here? Or? So there is this third assignment, which is basically L1, right? Which is to return this correct figure next week, right? 13. And then the idea from our side was that there's going to be this tutorial at the end, I guess, right? Which was scheduled for January 15 at 4. But I learned that maybe there is some, for the public people, that there's some other thing happening in parallel. So what I can offer you, like after discussing with Jelle, that we have the tutorial the week after. That would be January 22nd. So my first question would be, that would just be a week after, right? So is there this other tutorial also happening the week after? That was not the case in the first time. Because I mean, we were having a tutorial earlier, right? At the same spot, and that nobody called it. So why is that?
Yes,
This is what makes planning hard. Okay, so this is why we thought that the slot is free and that was not free. Okay, so that would not help. So then Jelle said we could also do the 22nd at 2. Would that help? Would that also work for you? 22nd, so January 22nd, what day is that? Thursday at 2 instead of at 4. Is that feasible? Please all check. So if we decide on doing this, okay, so then I'll give that to Jelle and Maria. So then the idea would be to move this from, here it is. Right here it says January 15, 4. So then we move that to January 22nd and 2. I hope you find a room, but alright. So I hope that works. So then back to macro. So basically before Christmas, what I did do was this tour to the RBC. Right? So we stopped here. This is my chapter 5. Which is the whole idea of chapter 5 is showing the RBC model, getting across why we have these models, why they're important, and how we work with that, right? And I mean, there's really a lot that we did in this chapter 5. I mean, it's basically on this slide, right? This was about setting up this model, and I mean, the key change from what we did before was that it's now a stochastic model, right? So now there's some randomness, there's expectations, right? All that didn't happen before. This was the new thing, right? Which makes this a business cycle model, right? This is what we talked about, expectations, uncertainty, whatever. We talked about rate of supply. Now we talked about how to solve these models, right? And that was actually a large part of this lecture, right? That's basically my idea of show you where to do the solution of the dynamic model. And the way to get the solution was to use the method of persuasion, method of undetermined coefficients of this log progressive model, right? Good. Then we talked about calibration and what I mean by quantitative model analysis, right? I mean, I showed you the impulse responses. I also showed you this Excel file, which I'm flat was a big fan of, right? So feel free to play around with this Excel itself, right? It seems to be like it really helps to understand what's actually going on there. Because given that this model is still relatively small, right? You can actually this is an Excel, right? Okay. Yeah, and then I mean we stopped basically here, like this was the day before our day course, the week before Christmas, where we talked about what it actually now means, right? So what does a details about what actually productivity shock is doing in these models. And then we talked about like the pros and cons of the RBC. This is basically where we ended. So it's lots of slides, but as far as I remember, stopped. Yeah, right. And I mean, this is basically the RBC story in one slide. It turns out, I mean, an RBC model is admittedly relatively, maybe simple is not the right word, it actually doesn't do much, right? Maybe that's the word to say, right? An RBC model is a model where markets work perfectly, right? There's perfect competition, there's no inefficiencies, there's no frictions, right? Everybody's just maximizing their best interest, right? So this was the discussion that we were having about efficiency, right? An RBC model is always efficient, right? And the only thing that you put in is these productivity shocks, right? This is what we call the RBC realistic cycle. And in a way, this is kind of the big success of this model, right? Given that it is this small in a way, right? And you just put in this productivity shock. It still explains many things. Right? You can actually think about business cycles and that model to some degree, right? And this is in a way the big success of the RBC. This doesn't mean that the RBC is the end of the world. It definitely isn't, because there's also very big failures of the RBC, right? There's so many things that RBC cannot explain us, right? I mean, I will be talking about that basically on the following slides, right? The one thing that we already talked about, that was basically this slide that we stopped with last week, where I showed you basically what you do with an RBC model. You simulate data, right, based on models. So basically say, take your model, really estimate company, simulate data, say GDP, consumption, and for hours worked, right, for all these models that we talked about. And then what you see, if you look at business cycle statistics, you compare that to data, right, this is the data from the US economy, you compare that, you actually see that the RBC model does a pretty good job at matching consumption, volatility, so there's standard deviation, investment volatility. And it really fails at matching this hours. Right? So this is one of these obvious things that basically discussed when I've seen this. That's my summary from the start. That's thoughts. So, I mean, just like this is basically where I want to go, right? I can really take the RBC. The RBC is kind of our first step, right? This is why the RBC model is the basis of many things that come later. Right? It's really just the basis, right? And I mean, I want to give you some examples, basically, what you might do based on that. And then in the next chapter, we're going to talk about the Bayesian model, which builds exactly on that, with just some major things that it changes. But like all these techniques that we discussed, right? Equation, simulated models. This is what you do with all the models that we nowadays work with, right? This is why I spend so much time talking about this RBC model, because it really like teaches you many things that you need in order to understand how we do. Okay. We have some thoughts. One of the obvious things, right? I mean, these hours, these adverbs, right? It's just really not well explained in the RBC model. Why is this? But what would you say? I mean, I've shown you this model, right? What is there something where you say that's something I'm missing? That's something I would like to see? So if you look at the standard deviation of hours work that you get, you just not matching yet in terms of compared to predict, right? So you see that the model almost works less, the standard deviation is too small compared to what we have. In the data, you see that ours work is almost as volatile as continuous GDP, whereas in the model it's just not. Basically, ours don't move enough compared to the data. While for consumption, it's also, you're right that the difference is not as large. I mean, so let's say on consumption, there's easy stuff you can do. It's something you don't see here, right? Whereas on employment, based on the stuff in the model, it's just okay, obviously. But also relatively, right? I mean, here you're like matching only half of the volatility with the differences. It's not as much. If I showed you this model, it's obviously wrong. It's complicated. At least I'm moving here, but well, what do you think? Do you think it's useful, or is there stuff you would like to see, or is there a record stop here? Or? Is that the macro model that we need for understanding the system? Just focus on this one. Very honest story. If you're all happy with the model, I can stop. Yeah, that's also true. That was part of the discussion we were having, right? Exactly, yeah. So I mean, that was one of the things that I showed you, right? I mean, you can actually do fiscal policy with follow, right? That's what I showed you. You can do it. But it gives you a very particular mechanism, which is typically not what we think about, because in this model there's no problem for. And this is one of the major things actually. This way. What's the reason why we have new Keynesian models? Because in new Keynesian models, all this stuff makes sense. In the new Keynesian model, fiscal policy is working not 100%, but I mean it's a new Keynesian model, right? So it works a bit as it did ISLM a few months, right? So if you think about this Keynesian class, all this opens up again as new Keynesian models, and this is stuff which is not.
I think that if you don't create some shocks and then you don't
worry about financial markets, maybe we want to think about this. There's actually no real enough money to just one of these things that when I work with the boss, that's not a compromise that I have to make here if I have to do this, right? But again, this is also that we know, right? And I mean, there's millions of papers that present models that change exactly this, right? But don't expect the basic RDC model to address these points. They just cannot. Okay. Good. That's what I was talking about, right? So what I want to do, like in the remaining 5 weeks we have, right? Actually switched the order, sorry. So what I will do next, I will start talking about the UK model, right? Which means we will allow for nominal rigidities, price rigidities, so that actually now we have a meaningful role for policy. Not yet for financial markets, but you could also introduce financial markets in this model, right? But also spend some time towards the end giving you an idea of what endogenous growth models do. That's kind of what I advertised already before when I started from the neoclassical growth, to say that in the neoclassical growth, also there, right? Growth is basically exogenous. It's a bit as in the RC, right? All this is really short. neoplastic growth, obviously this growth process that you exogenous put in. You want to change that, right? And that's exactly what exogenous growth will do. And these other two things that come up to this course, but that's more like course adaptations. Not focusing on what can actually match this model and data, and they also about modeling extensions, for example, to this. Thoughts. Actually use our sports brain. This time I was too far away. Okay. Okay. So that's my chapter 5 on the OC. So that's what I want to max, right? So yeah, I mean, I want to present you. This is, I try to boil it down, right? I mean, course on a new Keynesian model, I actually like, again, also in the quantitative macro in the summer, I start off with exactly this model because it is, again, the workhorse that we're using nowadays. It's central banks, right? It's key model we use for monetary policy and so on. Here is a bit of a stripped down version, but still you will see some stuff. And I talk with us versus yeah. Okay. What we will do, but maybe if you want, you can start being there. It's just starting a new chapter again, and also great is appreciated. And it's actually super cool if you warm them up with That's what I was doing here. So the big change in terms of model, we actually will be talking about quality of 22, right? I mean, we've actually invested a lot of time thinking about this so far. I think right? This would be exactly the same Bayesian model, no difference, right? So that box you don't have to open again. So you need it, right? Because it's in there. But of course, we'll actually have a different, somewhat different model, which also would be the spread setting and inflation, and this is where we have all those right? But otherwise, I mean, this chapter is like pretty much this an hour, right? We talk about motivation, and this is a bit about like what we actually derive the model, which is basically the problem here. And we talk about what shocks actually do, and I mean, this model, this is kind of one of the big advantages. For example, think about monetary policy, right? And that's what we do. What's the short outlook on ahead, right? Digitization, new Keynesian models, time, because this is kind of what many people nowadays think of, and I don't know if you can get an idea. But this is actually important. Okay. What is a new Keynesian model? It is our RBC model plus sticky prices, right? It's really just that, right? So I mean, why sticky prices? And I mean, that's also why it's called Keynesian, right? I mean, maybe you might just curl it to the undergraduate. So I almost after the present, right? In the undergraduate, that's exactly how I motivate the ISLM, right? There we already start off and say, this is now a model with completely fixed prices, right? The model will not have completely fixed prices. They are sticky in the sense that they're like adjusted and equal to frequency, right? So that's kind of the idea. That's kind of this Keynesian idea, right? Prices are not immediately interested, and then prices cannot clear our markets, and then you have suddenly all kind of things happening, right? And that's exactly the idea of this model. This will give us a meaningful model for monetary policy, right? Because prices suddenly now do something, right? It brings this what we call this neutrality of money. This will for central banks, right? Again, this is that is kind of the model which is typically also run at central banks, right? I mean, the ECB is running just one model, and they run many models. All of them are new Keynesian models, right? Because that's exactly what we're seeing. So yeah, there's many things to complete, as always. So there's this Gani textbook, which I call like the textbook on new Keynesian models. It's also how I learned this. I'm not a huge textbook, I have to admit. It's relatively short, but I find it short. But at the same time, it's doing many things. So like, for example, it shows you the whole model is just a log linear minus ways, and it's kind of a bit hard to actually understand all these equations come from. But still, it's like the textbook on Keynesian models. There's the report for it. Yeah, it's called the Keynesian Bible. It is a Bible like this. You also can push me on this. But maybe you can read a bit of bubbles, right? So this is short, this is the important one. And this is one of the major articles in this literature. It also just helps to get what's actually going on. And what was that? Like, it's kind of the model settlements. Basically, just one anywhere, and also, of course, more settlement or whatever, right? These are the ones they use. And it can actually explain some things, right? I mean, like this stuff, right? It's a boom creating inflation, it's a recession creating deflation. This is stuff that in an RBC you cannot talk about, and this one we can actually talk about. It gives us a role to the branch office, right? That was made earlier. And this is again kind of a bit of this Keynesian spirit, right? It's something you want to play a role, but this is exactly what's happening, right? You can not only talk about monetary policy, but also talk about interest rates. And it is a bit of understand what's happening, right? Because the NK couldn't hack. Good. So what do we mean by sticky prices or nominal utilities, right? So it just is more simple idea, right? Prices don't just from 1 second to the next immediately. But there is some rigidity, right? Again, like I said, I've always thrown many words at you, right? You will probably never have heard this word nominal rigidity before, but it's really just this idea, right? You have this in a nominal verbal, which is the price here. You have that basically this verbal, just not like continuously, but in a sticky, inflexible way. That's what we mean. Okay. Does that make sense, right? And that's kind of what I want to start off here with saying, why should we actually care about this idea that prices may not be flexible? There's two ways to look at this. I'm starting off with the macro way of looking at this. You can also look at that micro way. That's two to look at. The macro way of looking at that would be saying, we want to actually understand, for example, how prices adjust, right? Let's say the central bank is doing something, we then actually see change in prices and how long does it take until prices actually adjust, right? Can you make statements about this, right? And I mean, this is a problem that people have tried to solve, in particular also central bank, since decades, right? There's an obvious issue here, right? Monetary policy is endogenous, right? So think about the central bank, right? You're now a central banker. You see a recession coming, right? GDP is like going down, maybe there's a financial crisis, whatever, COVID. What will you do? These people respond, right? That's their job. They will respond by decreasing the interest rate, right? By loosening monetary policy. Right? That's the whole job they have, right? So they will respond in an endogenous way to the business cycle. And obviously, this doesn't mean that the decrease in the interest rate has caused the recession. Right? And that's this whole problem that we always have the whole time. Well, one's exogenous, one's endogenous, right? What is causal here? The correlation of, let's say, GDP and the interest rate would not tell you. Right? So we need something to understand what is cause, what is effect, right? Which is not a trivial thing in economics in general, and in macroeconomics it's particularly complicated, I would say, right? But I mean, as I mean, we've worked on this for decades, and kind of one prominent way to solve this is what we call structural vector algebra capacity tolerance. What do you guys see vector algebra capacity tolerance? Maybe if you've taken some time to see this class, you've seen that, right? If you add the word structural, that means we try to make these models not only something which econometric looks like, but if you add the word structural, that means we add structure, and by structure, macro people always mean causality, basically, right? We try to be able to make these what we call VR models something that we can actually use to make causal statements, what's going on in the world, right? For that, you need identified assumptions, right? So you need to make assumptions. This is nothing that just falls out of the data. And I mean, we actually have full courses just talking about how to do this. I will actually also talk about this in my quantitative macro because I think this is super important to understand how this is working. Not only for quantitative policy, but also in general, right? And that's what we do, right? And then what you see in these studies, right? And I mean, this is just taking from since January from that is 1999, so I want to backwards one of these pages that is very, very significant. Get figures like that. The first thing you should realize is that this is impulse responses. So this should remind you of these impulse responses that I showed you now how to see. This is not what the model. This is what they do. This is coming from a vector algebra progressive model. Just been identified, so structural vector algebra progressive model. And this is part of the beauty why macro people really like this, right? Because we can take this data atoms, put this directly next to our models. So time series analysis, all the stuff that Dieter is doing. What I do here is actually very much related, right? which means the central bank increasing interest rate. So what you see here, this is US data, so this is the federal funds rate, this is the US interest rate, right? So the target rate of the Fed. They are increasing the interest rate. This is the way to read this figure. So I call this a shock, right? Because that's what I consider exogenous, right? For that you have to buy the identification. Actually, I'm not telling you the identification that they use is not up to date. I talk about this in my summer course, right? We talk about this for a long time. So let's take it further, right? I mean, this is the 99 way of doing that. We have moved beyond this, but let's take that for now, right? Okay. So we see an exogenous increase in the interest rate. So like again, we have an increase, this is my IRF, right? This is my steady state, and so you see the increase, right? The interest rate goes up compared to the steady state. That's the way to do this, right? Just as in our models. Okay, now you can see what's happening to your economy. What happens to GDP? What is that? What's the intuition? Right? The household also not, right? Demand drops. That's how we think about monetary policy, right? The increased interest rate, and so that you could use an isolat, right? And everything became the norm, right? The interest rate goes up, demand drops. This is why GDP drops, right? This is how we think about monetary policy, right? Prices, right? So that's the price level, like policy. Yeah, exactly. They fall at some point, right? That's what you would expect, right? I mean, that was the whole point of the central bank, right? You increase the interest rate. The idea of fighting inflation, that's why they do it, right? So you can see here that prices fall at some point. Actually, the segment is quarters. Prices actually fall. I mean, as I just said, the identification is maybe not the one which is most up to date, but this is a very common finding, right? I mean, here you could actually say it's not statistically significant, right? So even this impact on prices is some shakiness, but I mean, the studies have been replicated in millions of studies. We typically do find evidence that prices fall at some point. That it really takes some time. That's what I mean by this price increments, right? GDP actually responds faster than prices. And that's what we mean by these prices. It's not on that side, whatever, right? But here it is, right? It's not like that drop immediately here. And that's what an RBC model, I mean, in the RBC model, we've never talked about prices because they don't play any role because it's just flexibly adjusted. But that's what would happen in RBC. Prices will drop immediately, and this is why you will see no effect of monetary policy. The data tells you this is not what's happening. And this is one of the major motivations, right? So here, basically, right, take the GDP deflator as a measure of the price level. Here, you see it takes like 4 years until prices actually fall. Which is also a big problem for central banks, right? I mean, that was one of the discussions that I was having in ECB, right? Because, I mean, like also during the recent inflation increase, right? I mean, every central bank knows this, right? So they know we now have to increase the interest rate. So we did that at some point, right? It took them some time, and they did it. And they knew that this is likely to cause a recession, right? This is decreasing GDP, right? And at the same time, it takes some time as the prices fall, right? So this is costly, right? Creating a recession with the idea of at some point having prices fall, but just think about the political pressure that this generates. I mean, think about the US, right? This is just one of these things that we face, right? And it's one of the reasons why people are also so afraid of inflation, right? And central banks, because we want to bring down inflation. It's going to be really costly, and also in terms of the timing, me, this is not smooth. Right? And this is not just some abstract idea, but you can actually see this on data. Right? Yeah, I'm also showing N2. What is N2? It's a monetary aggregate, right? What we call these monetary aggregates, it's a measure of money in the economy, right? So what you can see here is just like default, but it makes sense, right? Because this is contraction in monetary policy with increasing the interest rate, it's extent that reduces markets high. Way to read it. The interesting actions in interest. Yeah, so this is it, right? You have this persistent effect on GDP by real bubble here, and you have this slow adjustment of the aggregate. And this is evidence for price increase. This is the macro evidence. We like to complement that with what we call micro evidence. For micro evidence, you can just look at firms, right? So that's what you typically do. You just think about, okay, for how long is it the case that firms on average do not change prices? Right? I mean, you just give some examples. I don't know, let's push on goal. A would be just 1 to 2 weeks, B would be 4 to 5 months, C would be 8 to 11 months, more than a year. So who thinks it's A? B? C? Or D? I think the average is, I would say it's C, actually. Figure out this in a second. Let's put some of this here, right? Obviously, it depends on what kind of region you look at, right? Here I'm contrasting the euro area and the United States. You typically see that prices in the euro area even a bit more sticky, right? The US is just a bit faster. But that's about what you get. Right? It also depends on the exact measures that you use, right? I mean, this is personally, right? You could use millions of different ways to think about this. I think it is always I also always like to show this figure here because I mean this price stickiness can be from different across different forms. So what you see here is actual prices, right? So this is from this study here, right? So you see actual prices that firms set for their products. So what you can see here is like a firm selling trousers, gasoline, and yogurts, right? And I think blue is Italy, green is French here, right? You see, this is the time, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we also have more here, but just whatever. But I don't know how I interpret this, but that's fine. Yeah, you're right. If you look across these different products, what do you see? I mean, this is actually different colors, right? This is small, this is a class, this is not volatile, this is a bigger right? I mean, basically, what I wanted to show you is, I mean, if you think about gasoline, prices are just pretty frequent. This is almost a continuous line. If you just think about it, this is exactly what you see, right? If you go to the gas station, you have these prices which have principle change by minute. About internet prices, right? If you go on Amazon, these prices change all the time, right? This is already very different when you're a card. It's also very different with something like trousers, right? If you go to a grocery store, these prices are not changed by the minute, right? And it's even more true if you would go to more towards, let's say, prices that firms pay, say, for intermediate goods, right? If a firm is buying machineries or whatever from another firm, right? They typically have long-term contracts, right? Where you're like giving me this, I don't know, which I need for my car, get what I mean, right? So for that they have contracts, so they can really not change that by a minute, right? So I mean, this price taking is clearly is there, but there's actually lots of action here. I mean, there's many studies, right? This is just one example. All this changes across different forums. You can also see that this changes across the business cycle. So there's evidence that during recessions, prices are adjusted more, or when inflation is high. And again, this is one of the reasons why central banks are so afraid of inflation. Because we know that once prices start to rise, firms kind of lose their, firms are reluctant to increase prices, right? Because they know that consumers don't like it, right? Obviously, right? So they don't want to do that because they're afraid to lose their consumers. But once the price level rises, we see inflation, firms kind of lose this reluctance. Because if everyone's increasing prices, I can increase my price too without losing my consumers. You clearly see that in the data. Once inflation goes up, this price frequency increases a lot, right? So there's data behind this actually. Yeah, there's many different things to think about here. I think it's by the way, these things that you see this last year, which is like this dash dot, that's the sales. This data really is super detailed, right? To understand what's actually going on there. Okay. Good. But the main story that I want to tell you is there's price statements. Alright, so now let's make a model where prices are sticky. This is the new Keynesian model, right? So why is it called Keynesian? Why is that this word Keynesian? Actually, many people say you should not call this a Keynesian model because Keynes would probably, I don't know what he would say. Well, that's what we do. So what is Keynesian in this model? Keynesian is first of all price units, right? And what I will show you is you're actually moving away in this model from perfect markets. This model will feature what we call monopolistic competition. What is monopolistic competition? Yeah, that's already a more complicated example. So that goes towards a monopoly a bit, right? So a monopoly is just one firm, right? Because of, I don't know, it's that you have this very high fixed cost, as you have in a trade network, because of that maybe just have one firm. When you have a few firms, exactly, right? And monopolistic competition was this idea you have something in between a monopoly, perfect competition, which is what we call monopolistic competition. So that's the idea you have many firms, but you don't have infinite many, right? And all these different firms produce goods that are a bit different from each other, which gives firms some price setting power. And I mean, this whole story about pricing is really price setting power, right? Because of that perfect competition, the firm cannot deviate from the average price that all other firms set, because then immediately all consumers will run away. But you need this monopolistic competition so that my product differs a bit from the product that these other firms sell, because only then I can actually influence my price. And this this is actually the whole reason why the front problem also will look a bit different compared to the second RBC. This is also what makes this problem difficult, because we need to introduce this monopolistic competition.
Is this the persistent log number?
Yeah, I mean, in a model, this will first of all be a parameter, right? So there will be a parameter where you can basically say, I control like how I think about this price is. And then what we try to do is we actually try to calibrate this model exactly in line with these numbers here. So the typical thing that we're trying to avoid is like to have a price list of about 3 to 4 quarters. That's what we very often calibrate. And that's in the end a quantitative thing, right? So you can do science. But once you have the model, this will just be a parameter in this model that you can change and see what happens. It's actually important. Okay, so that's what's Keynesian. What is new, right? What's the N? In a different way to think about new is maybe to say what is classic or neoclassic business models. And I mean, that's all the stuff that I talked about in the RBC and in the neoclassic ago. So all this stuff is still here. This is what's basically hidden in this new in the name of this Keynesian model, right? So it is a model with micro-foundation. It is a model with rational expectations. It is a model with representative agents, which is not true for all neoclassical models, but here it is. And you have this idea that this neutrality of money will hold again in the long run, right? Because prices are sticky, but it's not like they never move. And this is kind of, in a way, nice. And I mean, let's, for example, discuss this game crisis, right? So I think this is all that I still have this on the slide. Because people consider kind of this new Keynesian models a bit of reuniting these two ways of thinking, right? This RBC, neoclassical, micro-foundation, rational expectations. And now we're reuniting that with these Keynesian price kicking in this imperfect markets, right? Which, for example, right, is very important if you think about the Lucas critique. That's, of course, not off this whole part, right? We want to account for the Lucas critique, we want to make sure that we can actually use our models as policy labs. And that's why we have them in the end, right? So, let me show you a better model. I actually experienced with the household side. And I want to keep it a bit shorter. I mean, it's not like there's nothing changing in the household side. Equations look very similar, and you can open any of these textbooks, any of these papers, you will see that. So you have for the households maximizing utility over consumption and labor supply, right? That's just this is that would be RBC. You will have this budget constraint. Budget constraints will look a bit different compared to what I showed you before, because in the RBC, everything was in real terms, right? I was just talking about the real wage, I was talking about the real interest rate. Here now, prices will play a role, inflation will show up, so we have to set up the household problem in nominal terms. So you would see nominal interest rate, you would see a nominal wage. The problem first, right? Which doesn't change anything. The Euler equation in the end looks exactly as you know it, right? But just if you like compare equation by equation, that's the difference. So but yeah, in the end, the households center around the thought, right? So that's the result that you have to make. So the problem, and I trust that you know that. So what's different maybe is the further side. I mean, I basically already said that before, right? We will introduce monopolistic competition, and we will introduce our price stickiness. And the idea of price stickiness is what we call Calvo pricing. So Calvo is just a guy who wrote it down first, right? That's why we call Calvo pricing. And the very simple idea is basically again to look at probabilities, right? I mean, this is just like in this concept paper that I just talked about before. When I use probabilities again, there's always the data you can still store to the models, right? Because I mean, probability, think about rational expectations. People know this probability, that I can work with this. There's uncertainty, right? But I can still form expectations about probabilities. So this works nicely in these models. And this is the reason why we're also doing that with the casual pricing. So basically what you do is just assume that firms just reset prices to a certain probability that we typically call a feature, and whatever model you see, it's always called a feature. And one minus theta is then the adjustment frequency, and theta would be the frequency of non-adjusted prices. And that's exactly this parameter that we calculate in management. One thing that we typically change is because this firm problem is already pretty complicated, and because also of some other reasons, we actually in the basic educated model, we very often take on capital. Which is actually at first maybe it was surprising because in the neoclassical growth model, I talked a lot about capital, right? Capital was pretty important. Here the argument always is for the short run, maybe it's not that important. I also make a question mark on that. Maybe that's true, maybe not always. Because investment obviously is important, but there's also no investment. But let's take that for now, right? And what we introduce is a sample bank. Right? This is a model which is useful for me for understanding monetary policy. So we know one model, right? We have a sample bank. I will show you the chain of book later, which is doing interest rate. Which is very much aligned with what sample banks actually do, right? And again, this is one of the reasons why these models are actually used. Okay, so now let me try to move you a bit into this form problem. I mean, think about the RBC, right? In the RBC, the full problem was super simple. You just wrote down this profit maximization, and then you got capital demand and labor demand, where you basically always have that set the marginal product of labor equal to your wage, right? And set the marginal product of capital equal to the interest rate. That's the full problem in the RBC in 2 sentences, right? Here we calculate one. And the main reason is that we want to have this monopolistic competition to think about monopolistic reasons. So what we do is to actually say we introduce 2 types of firms, not just one firm, but 2. Right? Which actually means we're moving away a bit from these representative firms, right? So we have 2 types of firms. The one I call intermediate good firms, and the other one we typically call final good firms. So what does that mean? So the idea at the end is these intermediate good firms produce something that these final good firms take as an input in their production, and that they then sell to the consumers. Right? I mean, as always say, one example to be a typical example that you find in a textbook. Think about these intermediate good firms maybe as firms actually producing different food items, I don't know, cereals, milk, cheese, whatever you like, right? And then the final good firms are the firms, let's say, like a supermarket, and we often also call retailers, they want a supermarket, which are then basically taking all these different products, putting that in a basket, and selling that basket to the consumer. Right? That's the idea here. As long as these 2 types of firms. Yeah, there's technical reasons why we need that, because if you would have firms and these actual heterogeneous firms producing all these different goods, it's very hard to solve. You could not do this with these government methods, right? But if consumers can just buy this basket, the consumer problem really doesn't change, right? The consumer problem is exactly the same as we see. Only we present B. See? The languages I would say it's C actually. That's the second, that's what's here, right? Obviously it depends on what kind of region you look at, right? Here I'm contrasting the Euro area and the United States. You typically see that prices in the Euro area is a bit more sticky, right? The US is just a bit faster. It depends about what you get. Right? It also depends on the exact measures that you use, right? I mean, it's a study, right? People use millions of different ways to think about this. that they will clearly historize the use. I also always like to show this figure here because I mean this price weakness can be very different across different forms. So what you see here is actual prices, right? So this is what this study here, right? So you see actual prices that firms set for their products. So what you can see here is like a firm selling trousers, gasoline, and pockets, right? And I think blue is Italy, green is French here, right? See, this is time, right? Yeah, that's true. That's true. And maybe, I don't know. Maybe those have more here, but just I don't know about other reasons, but that's fine. Yeah, you're right. And if you look across these different products, what you see? I mean, in this case, it's actually different products, right? This is small, this is glass, this is not molecule, this is bigger, yes, control. Great. I mean, basically, what I wanted to show you is, I mean, if you think about gasoline, prices are just pretty frequent. This is almost a continuous line. If you just think about it, this is exactly what you see, right? If you go to the gas station, you have these prices which are in principle changed by minute. You got internet prices, right? If you go on Amazon, these prices change all the time, right? This is already very different with the card. It's also very different with something like trousers, right? Or if you go to a grocery store, these prices are not changed by the minute, right? And it's even more true if you want to go more towards, let's say, prices that firms pay, say, like for intermediate goods, right? If the firm is buying machineries or whatever from another firm, right? They typically have long-term contracts, right? Or like maybe this, I don't know, which I need for my car, right? You get what I mean, right? So for that they have contracts, so they can really not change them by minutes, right? So I mean, this price history is there, but there's actually lots of action here. I mean, there's many studies, right? This is just one example. All this changes across different firms. You can also see that this changes across the business cycle. So there's evidence that during recessions, prices are just more, or when inflation is high. And again, this is one of the reasons why central banks are so afraid of inflation. Because we know that once prices start to rise, firms kind of lose their, firms are reluctant to increase prices, right? Because they know that consumers don't like this, right? Obviously, right? So they don't want to do that because they're afraid to lose their consumers. But once the price level rises, so we see inflation, firms kind of lose this reluctance because if everyone's increasing prices, I can increase my price too without losing my customers, right? You clearly see that in the data. Once inflation goes up, this price frequency increases a lot, right? So there's data dependency actually. Yeah, there's many different things to think about here. I think it's by the way, these things that you see these drops here, which is like these dashed lines, that's the sales. Look at the data. So this data really is super detailed, right? To understand what's actually going on there, right? Okay. Good. But the main story, right, that I want to tell you is there's price. Okay. So yeah. So what do these final good producers do? They are just really one our firms in the RBC test, right? They maximize their profits. This is their profits. This is what they sell, right? This baskets, YT, output, multiplied with the price that they get for this baskets. And this is the costs that they have, right? Because what these final good firms do is just buying these intermediates from these intermediate good firms, right? They're buying cheese and bread and butter, whatever, right? And for each intermediate, they have to pay this price, right? So here I'm basically just summing all the intermediates that they want. Any different way to think about this is to say this is output, right, of these final good firms. This is their inputs, but their inputs is not capital and labor, but their inputs is this intermediates, right? And this is the cost that they have for these intermediates. So now what you would do, I mean, I spare you all these ways of deriving that, because deriving indicates a normal is admittedly some lines, right? But you would write down the maximization, right? I mean, that's something you can in principle do, right? So maybe you check that if you want, right? I think Maria is doing that too, right? I mean, basically, you would now say, for what maximum is, right? So what you do is you write down the maximization problem, right? So you would say you're maximizing this guy here over the input choice over YTJ. So you do a derivative of this here, right? Subject to that thing, right? So you would do the maximization subject to this production function, right? So that YT equals this here. Right? So this is kind of my constraint. I mean, one way to do this is to say just introduce that here, then write down the first order condition, and then you have to do some lines. But what you end up with would be this equation. And this here is now the demand for each intermediate good, right? So it's basically corresponding to what in the RBC problem we derive the demand for labor, right? We derive the demand for capital, which was firm demand for the inputs. This is also firm demand for the inputs, but the input is now the intermediate good, right? And you can see here how much YTJ, right? So how much cereals does the supermarket demand for the intermediate goods? You can see here what it depends on. And this equation actually makes some sense, hopefully, right? So it tells you the more the supermarket wants to sell, right, the higher its output in this regard. The more of this intermediate it will also demand. And that's the first thing you can see here, right? So if the supermarket wants to sell more overall, it also has to buy more cereals. Right? That's one thing you see here, right? And then you also see that how many cereals the supermarket will buy will depend on the price of cereals compared to the actual price of the economy. So if cereals are much more expensive compared to the other goods in the economy, the supermarket will buy less cereals. So I have the minus epsilon. A different way to see that is to write this equation here as ytj over yt equals ptj over pt to the minus epsilon. Right? And then you can basically say if the price of cereals is higher than the aggregate price, this value would be larger than 1. Right? Minus epsilon would make the ytj that's smaller than yt. The cereals are relatively cheap, so you want to buy more cereals. And how much more? Well, that depends on this epsilon, right? And this epsilon, remember, is still a substitution. So if the consumers really care about cereals, the price elasticity is such that they will not respond much to the price, right? So firms face a relatively slow demand elasticity. If the elasticity of substitution would be very high, that's not one here. If it goes towards infinity, what's happening now? So think about this situation. I might have a cereal firm, my price is higher than the aggregate price level. And this epsilon would be very high. What would that mean for the demand for cereal? Actually go towards small. So that would be the case that we have a perfect competition. A perfect competition, I'm a cereal firm, but most people just don't care whether they eat cereals or cheese. So if I increase my price relative to the cheese firm, nobody will buy cereal. That's exactly what it is. So epsilon towards infinity is going back towards perfect competition. And this whole price setting power is something interesting, right? So this would be. Yeah, I would actually have one more step. I mean, here the whole idea really is that these finite good guys, they produce output, right? So they produce the YT, right? And YT is sold to the consumers. And this means that in the consumer problem, will always see YT showing up, and these consumers never see these YTJs. So that means as a consumer, or if you solve the consumer problem, you don't have to worry about these YTJs. That's basically. That doesn't make some sense. You see, this is actually getting very micro. This is what a microphone model means, right? I mean, you have to think about demand elasticities here, and that's exactly what's happening, right? I mean, it is minus epsilon. If you do the math, that's what you should get, right? I mean, that's right. But I mean, intuitively here, it is minus epsilon. So you can think about PTJ as the cereal form, right? And if I have a higher price compared to the aggregate price level, this guy would be larger than 1. You get the minus epsilon here, right? So basically inverting, right? And then you would have PT over PTJ. So then you have something smaller than 1. And this means that YTJ is smaller than YT. And this means that the demand for cereals would be smaller compared to the demand of other goods. Right? I mean, you could also write, if this minus epsilon is a bit confusing, also to just write it as this equals PT over PTJ to the epsilon, right? And then make the same like this. Right? Leave it out for now. Maybe you kind of see where this is going, right? I mean, this firm problem is very micro. This is exactly because we want to have have this one holistic competition, this will get even more mindful in the next slides. But this actually also will give you some interesting stuff with the macro model later. So that's how it is. So yeah, I added for Maria about this 22nd and 2, right? So that's still important. Where's that showing myself? Because I don't know how to smooth consumption, right? And that makes this cost of business cycle itself much higher. That's there. So just like to say, whenever somebody comes with why care about business cycles, Lucas already showed in the 80s that we don't need them, right? We don't need to care about that. You have an answer why maybe we should care about that, right? And I mean, I'm saying that so forcefully because I mean, like, this Cosell paper, from 2009, basically like this started already like in the early 2000s that we like took these incomplete markets. Basically what you need for this borrowing constraint is a financial market where we say is incomplete such that people cannot just borrow all the time, right? So we really need to deviate from this RBC idea that every market is working perfectly wherever. So we basically know how to do this since the, I would say, early 2000s. Nowadays, this has become the standard, right? So that we basically do these incomplete markets most of the time, not always, depends on the questions. But all these models that think about distributions of agents and think about heterogeneity, this is exactly what they do, right? And then I mean, we still have Euler equations, right? This is why I talk about Euler equations for such a long time, right? They are still relevant for some of us, but not for all of us, right? And that gives you kind of all the action. So I think like the remaining slides, we basically discussed all of that, right? So to make that short, right? I would have you like a summary of the main principles, right? So yeah, what actually are these productivity shocks, right? That was what we just said. Well, what actually is productivity, right? What are we actually talking about here? That question is not so easy to answer, right? I mean, we have no one slide where I make this point more in detail, but it's a very valid point, right? So you actually want to have models where you can not just talk about these productivity shocks, right? So we have this point on labor supply, right? I mean, I already talked about that before. So what happens in these models, even if you do this hands, to do all of the trick, there's actually lots of papers that talk about what we call this micro puzzle. You still need to calibrate these labor supply this function elasticity that I'll talk about at some point in a way which is not consistent with what we know from micro. Right? And now there's a long discussion in the literature in this paper here. Sample, right? This system is always nice, but it's just like there's millions of people thinking about this. Can we actually use the micro evidence for the macro models? Maybe we cannot, maybe we should just do not do this at all, but the discussion is really huge, right? And it all centers around this frictionless system. Is the number 2 or 4? That's a good question, right? Right. And I mean, to me, I would always say, well, the labor market in a very different way. That's what I would do, right? Actually introduce our woman, and she then this whole problem disappears completely. That's one of these big questions that we have. We talk about these, so I mean, everybody else know how to solve this, right? But just in the basic RBC without changing anything, the problem is there. I should talk about this lack of what you call internal propagation. It's kind of what I talked about when we looked at the IRFs and the enforcement supposed. I showed you that there's 2 major mechanisms in these models. So the one gives you persistence, the other one gives you the short run volatility, right? Short-run volatility is due to temporal resistance substitution. It's wealth effect, that's this long run persistence in the IRFs, right? For how long does the model actually generate effects? You're kind of always trading off one against the other. in the data, if you really look closely, most things are happening at the same time. And that's something that the model has difficulty navigating, right? So like I say, if you put a lot of volatility in the short run, you will not see lots of long run effects. And that's what we mean by this internal propagation, right? So there's basically not enough happening in the model that really gives you persistence of the effects. And that's, I mean, that goes also back to your point, right? You really like these exogenous shocks in the RBC, they're really driving in everything. There's not much coming from the model. So we also know that. At this point, I was going your point, right? What about central banks? Or about financial markets? Maybe we want to think about this. Okay. It's actually only enough one, just one of these things that when I roll with the dots, that's not the place that I have to make here if I do that, right? But again, this is all stuff that we know, right? And I mean, there's millions of papers that present models that change exactly this, right? But don't expect the basic RBC model to address these points. They just come on. Okay. Good. That's what I talked about, right? So what I want to do, like in the remaining 5 weeks we have, right? Actually switch the order, sorry. So what I will do next, I will start talking about UK technology, right? Which means we will allow for nominal rigidities, price rigidities, so that actually now we have a meaningful role for policy. Not yet for financial markets, but you could also introduce financial markets in this models, right? We'll also spend some time towards the end giving you an idea of what endogenous growth models do. That's kind of what I advertised already before when I started from the neoclassical growth to say that the neoclassical growth also there, right? Growth is basically exogenous. It's still as in the RBC, right? Growth is this twin charts. Neoclassical growth, always in this growth process that you exogenous for him. You want to change that, right? And that's exactly what endogenous growth will do. And these other two things that belong to this course, but I'll do more like in course adaptations. We'll focus on what can actually match this model with the data, and maybe also think about how the model extensions, for example, tools. Thoughts. We'll actually use our squats point. This time I was too far away. Okay. Okay. So that's my chapter 5 on the RBC. So that's what I want to do next, right? So yeah, I mean, I want to present you. This is, I try to boil it down, right? I mean, of course, on a new Keynesian model, I actually like, again, also in the quantitative macro in the summary, I start off with exactly this model because it is, again, kind of the workhorse that we're using nowadays. So we see in central banks, right? The key model we will use for monetary policy and so on. Here is a bit of a stripped down version, but still you will see some stuff. And I thought also to some kind of yeah. Okay. That's what we will do, but maybe if you want, you can start in there. It's just starting a new chapter again now, so I think the way is appreciated. And it's actually super cool, so if you warm them up, Great. Good morning, everyone. And happy New Year. I hope you had a bit of a break. I mean, I know in our semester times, it's already it's always a bit hard because I mean the exams are just so but nevertheless. So, questions from the side. There's one thing that Maria gave me to discuss my solution. Basically, what I've been told is so there is this third assignment, which is basically our mock exam, right? Which is true or perfect, it's correct, you can actually get 13. And then the idea from our side was that there is going to be this tutorial with Jelle, I guess, right? Which was scheduled for January 15 at 4. But I learned that apparently there is some, for the public people, that there's some other thing happening in parallel. So what I can offer you, like after discussing with Jelle, that we have the tutorial the week after. That would be January 22nd. So my first question would be, that would just be a week after, right? So is there this other tutorial also happening the week after? That was not the case in the first part. Because I mean, you were having a tutorial earlier, right? At the same spot, and then nobody knows. So why is that? This is what makes planning hard. Okay, so this is why we thought that the slot is free and that was not free. Okay, so that would not help. So then Jelle said we could also do the 22nd at 2. Would that help? Would that also work for you? 22nd? So January 22nd, what day is that? Thursday? At 2 instead of at 4. Is that yeah, please don't check. So if we decide on doing this, okay, so then I'll give that to you to Jelle and Maria. So then the idea would be to move this from here it is. Right here it says January 15 to 4. So then we move that to January 22nd and 2. What you try to do, but alright. So I hope that works. So then back to macro. So basically before Christmas, what I did do was this tour we have received. Right? So we started here this chapter 5, which is the whole idea of chapter 5 is showing you an LBC model, getting across why we have these models, why they're important, and how we work with that, right? And I mean, there's really a lot that we did in this chapter 5, and it's basically on this slide, right? First was about setting up this model, and I mean, the key change from what we did before was that it's now a stochastic model, right? So now there's some randomness, there's expectations, right? And all that didn't happen before. This was the new thing here, right? Which makes this business cycle model, right? This is what we talked about execution, uncertainty, whatever. We talked about data supply. Now we talked about how to solve these models, right? And that was actually a large part of this lecture, right? And basically my idea of show you where to find a solution of that model. the way to get the solution was to use the method of attitude coefficients on this long comparison model. Right? Good. Then we talked about calibration and by quantitative model analysis, right? I mean, I showed you the impulse responses. I also showed you these Excel file, which I'm always a big fan of, right? So feel free to play around with this Excel itself, right? Because it feel like it really helps to understand what's actually going on there. Because given that this model is still relatively small, right? You can actually this in Excel, right? Okay. Yeah, and then I mean we start basically here, like this was the day before, the week before Christmas, when we talked about what it actually now means, right? So what does it tell us about what actually productivity the stock is doing in these models? And then we talked about like the pros and cons of RBC. This is basically where we ended. So there's lots of slides, but as far as I remember, stopped. Yeah. Right. And I mean, this is basically the RBC story in one slide. It turns out, I mean, an RBC model is admittedly relatively, simple is not the right word, it actually doesn't do much, right? Maybe that's the word to say it, right? An RBC model is a model where markets work perfectly, right? There's perfect competition, there is no inefficiencies, there's no frictions, right? Everybody's just maximizing their best interest, right? So this was this discussion that we were having about efficiency, right? The RBC model is always efficient, right? And the only thing that you put in is these productivity shocks, right? This is what we call the RBC real business cycle. And in a way, this is kind of the big success of this model, right? Given that it is this small in a way, right? And you just put in this productivity shock, it still explains many things. Right? So you can actually think about business cycles and that model to some degree, right? And this is in a way the big success of the RBC. This doesn't mean that the RBC is the end of the world. It definitely isn't, because there's also very weak features of the RBC, right? There's so many things the RBC cannot explain us, right? I mean, I will be talking about that basically on the following slides, right? The one thing that we already talked about, that was basically this slide that we stopped with last week, where I showed you basically what you do with an RBC model. You simulate data, right, based on the model. So basically say, take your model, really as your economy, simulate data, let's say GDP, consumption, and for hours worked, right, for all these models that we want to model. And then what you see, if you look at business cycle statistics, you compare that to data, right? This is the data for the US economy. You compare that, you actually see that the RBC model does a pretty good job at matching consumption, volatility, so there's standard deviation, investment volatility. And it really fails at matching this data hours volatility. Right? So this is one of these obvious things that people basically discussed with me when they've seen these statistics, right? That's my summary for the start. Thoughts? So, I mean, as I said, this is basically where we're going, right? I can really take the RBC. The RBC is kind of our first step, right? This is where the RBC model is the basis of many things that come later. But it's really just the basis, right? And I mean, I want to give you some examples basically here what you might do based on that. And then in the next chapter, we're going to talk about the new painting model, which builds exactly on that, but there's some major things that it changes. But like all these techniques that we discussed, right? Equation, simulating models. This is what you do with all the models that we nowadays work with, right? This is why I spent so much time talking about this RBC model, because it really like teaches you many things that you need in order to understand how to control what you do. Okay. You have some thoughts on one of the obvious things, right? I mean, these hours, these adverb, right? Just reading up while explaining all these why is this? But what would you say? I mean, I've shown you this model, right? What is there something, would you say that's something I'm missing? That's something I would like to see? So if you look at the standard deviation of hours work that you get in the world, you're just not matching that in terms of what you compare to the data, right? So you see that the model hours work is less, the standard deviation is too small compared to what we have. In the data, you see that hours work is almost as volatile as activity is GP, whereas in the model it's just basically hours don't move enough compared to the data. Quantity for consumption. Yeah, it's also, you're right that the difference is not as large. So let's say on consumption, there's easy stuff you can do. It's something you can see here, right? Whereas on employment, based on the stuff in normal, it's just okay, I'll fix this. But also you need to match differences. It's not as large. It's obviously at least I'm moving here. Well, what do you think? Do you think it's useful, or is there stuff you would like to see, or is there kind of start here? That's also true. That was one of the discussions we were having at example. So I think that was one of the things that right? You can actually do some of these things. Many things we were which is what we think about because it is not. And this is one of the major things actually. What's the reason why we have to hands and models? Because in the hands and models, all this stuff will make sense. In the new hands and model, this policy is working on 100%, right? I mean, it's a new hands and model, right? So the worst thing as an it's not a few months, right? So all this opens up again is the new policy system, which is not.
I think that if you don't create some shocks in
right, don't expect the basic RBC model to address these points. They just okay. Good. That's what I talked about, right? So what I want to do, like in the remaining 5 weeks we have, right? Actually switch the order, sorry. So what I will do next, I will start talking about the UK model, which means we will lay out rigidities, price rigidities, so that actually now we have a meaningful role for policy. Not yet for financial markets, but we could also use it for financial markets. goals, right? We'll also spend some time towards the end giving you an idea of what endogenous growth hormones do. That's kind of what I told you before when I started from the neoclassical growth to say that in the neoclassical growth, also there, right? Growth is basically exogenous. It's as in the nervous system, right? All this is super screenshots. The neoclassical growth, all this is the growth process that you exogenous way. You want to change that, right? And that's exactly what endogenous growth will do. These other two things I will not do in this course, but I'll do more like the course adaptations. More focused on what can actually match this model and data, and maybe also think about other modeling extensions, for example, towards the thoughts. Actually use our once a week. This time I was too far away. Okay. All right. So that's my chapter 5 on the RBC. So that's what I want to do next, right? So yeah, I mean, I want to present you. This is, I tried to boil it down, right? I mean, a course on a new Keynesian model, I actually, like, again, also in the quantitative macro in the summer, I start off with exactly this model because it is, again, the workhorse that we're using nowadays, when we see central banks, right? The key model you would use for monetary policy and so on. Here is a bit of a stripped down version, but still you will see some stuff. And I talk also some kind of yeah. Okay. That's what we will do, but maybe if you want, you can start it there. It's just starting your chapter again now, so I think way is appreciated. And it's actually super cool to warm them up. Auslockern. Dann stellen wir uns auf ein Bein, dasselbe mit den Händen machen wir so den Fuß, wir kippen die Fußgelenke, langsam strecken, und dann mit dem Langpunkt einfach links, rechts, 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 rechts. Und Fußwechsel jetzt an. Und dann gegen außen. 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 Orientieren, ausschneiden. Und dann schon der letzte Übung. Wir lassen den Kopf und die Arme locker hängen, aber nicht schließen noch den Kopf, die Augen. Wir geben uns eine kurze Pause. Und dann stehen, so dass der Arm ganz locker auf den Körper kommt. So wie sie einfach stehen würde. Und noch ein Ausatmen. Dann aufrichten, Augen wieder öffnen. Talking about right? I mean, we've actually invested lots of time thinking about this so far. Finite equations, right? This would be exactly the same behavior model, no difference, right? So that box you don't have to open again. It's not repeated, right? Because it's still there. But of course, we'll actually have to difference some of the interface well, which also could be just twice-sided integration. This is really helpful. But otherwise, I mean, this chapter is like pretty much as you know, right? We talk about motivation, and this is about that one. We actually derive the model, which is basically the form polynomial. Talk about what blocks actually do, and then make this model. This is kind of one of the big advantages. For example, think about monetary policy, right? And that's what we do. Must be a short outlook of but indicates models, type, this is kind of what many people nowadays think of. But this is actually one. What is it? It is our largest ball. Lots of courses. So why is the crisis? I mean, that's also why it's called Keynesian, right? I mean, maybe you just call it to be after the present. But in the underground, that's exactly how a body weight DI is done, right? There we already start off with saying this is the model with completely fixed prices, right? It means the model will not have completely fixed prices. They are sticky in the sense that they're like just liquid formulas, right? So that's kind of the idea. That's kind of the Keynesian idea, why prices are not immediately interested. And then prices cannot cure our markets. And then you have suddenly all kind of things happening, right? And that's exactly the idea of this model. This will give us a meaningful policy, right? Because prices have to do something. Why? Prices don't force without money. This will for several banks, right? Again, this is more exciting. Not interested in just one, and some of that is running with the ECB, is running just one model, right? They run many models. All of that on the Keynesian models, right? Because that's exactly what we're seeing. So yeah, there's many things you could read, as always. So there's this Ghani textbook, which I call it like the textbook on Keynesian models. It's also my algorithm is. It's relatively short, but I find it short. But at the same time, it's doing many things. Like for example, it shows the whole model is just a lot linear recipes, and it's kind of hard to actually. But still, it's like a textbook looking at the model. Here's the report for it. Yeah, it's called the Keynesian Bible. It is a Bible like this. You also can push it over to this. But maybe you can get a better box, right? So this is short, it's going to go long. And this is one of the major articles in this literature, which really also just helps to get this actually. That's what I just said, right? It's kind of normal model of the special lens, basically just one solution or whatever, right? This is actually the fact that they use. And it can actually explain some things, right? I mean, like this stuff, right? It's the boom creating inflation, it's the recession creating deflation. This is stuff that now you see you cannot talk about it. It's one we can actually talk about. It gives us some multiple dimensions, right? That was the point you made earlier. And this is again kind of a bit of this Keynesian spirit, right? It's something demand plays a role, but this is exactly what's happening, right? You're not only talking about monetary policy, but also talking about something. That is, you know, the stuff. What's that? Okay. Good. So what do we mean by sticky prices? Right? They just more simple, like, right? Prices don't, you just from 1 second to the next immediately. But there is some rigidity, right? Again, that's like most known many words that you, right? You will probably never have heard this word nominal rigidity before, but it's really just this idea, right? You have this in a nominal variable, just the price here. You have that basically is variable, it's just not like continuously, but it is sticky, inflexible, right? That's what we Alright. Does that make sense? Right? And that's kind of what I want to start off with and saying, why should we actually care about this idea that prices may not be flexible? Is that true? There's two ways to look at this. I'm starting off with a macro way of looking at this. We can also look at that micro evidence, which is important. Okay? The macro way of looking at that would be saying, we want to actually understand, for example, how prices adjust, right? And then say the central bank is doing something, we then actually see change in prices and how long does it take until prices actually adjust, right? Can you make statements about this, right? And I mean, this is a problem that people have tried to solve, in particular also central bank this decades, right? There's an obvious issue here, right? Monetary policy is endogenous, right? So think about the central bank, right? Going on a central bank. You see a recession coming, right? GDP is like going down. Maybe there's a financial crisis, whatever, COVID. What will you do? These people respond, right? That's their job. They will respond by decreasing the interest rate, right? By loosening monetary policy, right? That's the whole job they have, right? So they will respond in an endogenous way to the business cycle. But obviously, this doesn't mean that the decrease in the interest rate has caused a recession. Right? And that's this whole problem that we always have the whole time. What's exogenous, what's endogenous, right? What's causal here? The correlation of, let's say, GDP and the interest rate will not tell you. Right? So we need something to understand what is caused is that, right? Which is not true, I think, in economics in general, and in macroeconomics it's but I mean, as I report on this for decades, and one prominent way to solve this is what we call structural vector capacity performance. What you guys say vector capacity performance? Maybe if you take some time to see this class, you've seen that, right? If you add the word structural, that means we try to make these models not only something which you can measure, it's like, but if you add the word structural, that means we add structure, and by structural macro, people always mean causality, basically, right? You try to be able to make these what we call VR models something that we can actually use to make all the statements what's going on, right? For that, you need identifying assumptions, right? So you need to make assumptions. This is nothing that just falls out of the data. I mean, we actually have full courses just talking about how to do this. I will actually also talk about this in my quantitative macro because I believe this is super important to understand how this is working. Not only for monetary policy, but also in general, right? And that's what we do, right? And then what you see in these studies, right? And I mean, this is just taking from this, right? That's 1999, it's like towards the back, but it's one of the stages studies in this paper in this literature. You get figures like that. The first thing you should realize is that this is impulse responses, right? So So this should remind you of these impulse responses that I showed you how I receive. This is not how to walk, this is what they do. This is coming from a vector algebra progressive model, which has been identified as a structural vector algebra progressive model. And this is part of the beauty why macro people really like this, right? Because we can take this data evidence and put this directly next to our points. So time series analysis, all the stuff that Dieter is doing. What I do here is actually very much related, right? This is one example to show this, right? Okay. So the way to read this figure here is, what you see now is the responses of the economy to the monetary policy shock, right? Which means the central bank increasing interest rates here. So what you see here, this is US data, so this is the federal funds rate, this is the US interest rate, right? So the target rate of the Fed. They are increasing the interest rate. This is the way to read this figure. So I call this a shock, right? Because that's what I consider exogenous, right? For that you have to buy the identification. Actually, I'm not telling you the identification that they use is not up to date anymore. I talk about this in my summer course, right? We talked about this a long time. Okay, so let's take it from, right? I mean, this is the 1999 way of doing that. We have moved beyond this, but let's take it from okay. So we see an exogenous increase in the interest rate. So right, we got an increase, this is my IRF rate, this is my steady state, and so here you see the increase, right? The interest rate goes up compared to the steady state. That's the way to do this, right? This is not models. Okay, now you can see what's happening to your economy. What happens to GDP? Why is that? What's the intuition? Right? The household also not, right? Demand drops. That's how we think about multi-house, right? They increase the interest rate, and so that you could use an isolam, right? You're paying them off, right? The interest rate goes up, demand drops. This is why GDP drops. Right? This is how we think about multi-policy, right? Measure for prices, right? So that's the price level by your policy. Yeah, exactly. They fall at some point, right? That's what you would expect, right? I mean, that was the whole point of the central bank, right? Increase the interest rate. With the idea of fighting inflation, that's why they do it, right? So you can see here that prices do fall at some point. It's right? I should have said that this is not borders. It takes 4 years. So prices actually fall. I mean, as I just said, the identification is maybe not the one which is most up to date, but this is a very common finding, right? I mean, here you could actually say it's not statistically significant, right? So even this impact on prices is some shakiness, but I mean, these studies have been replicated in millions of studies. You typically do find evidence that prices fall at some point, but it really takes some time. That's what I mean by this price stickiness, right? GDP actually responds faster for prices. And that's what we mean by these prices. Whatever, right? But here it is, right? It's not that they drop immediately here. And that's what an RBC model, I mean, in the RBC model, we never talk about prices because they don't play any role, because it's just basically just. But that's what would happen if you RBC prices would drop immediately, and this is why you don't see no effect of monetary policy intervention. The data tells you this is not what's happening. And this is one of the major motivations, right? So here, basically, I take the GDP later as a measure of the price level. Here you see it takes like 4 years. Until prices actually fall. Which is also rather for some banks, right? I mean, that was one of the discussions that goes back to the ECB, right? Because, I mean, like also during the recent inflation increase, right? I mean, every central banker knows this, right? So they know we now have to increase the interest rate because we did that at some point, right? It took them some time at some point they did it. And they knew that this is likely to cause a recession, right? This is decreasing GDP, right? And at the same time, it takes some time until prices fall, right? So this is costly, right? Creating a recession with the idea of at some point having prices fall, but just think about the political pressure that this generates. I mean, about the US, right? This is just one of these things that we face, right? And this is one of the reasons why people are also so afraid of inflation, right? And central banks, because we want to bring down inflation. It's going to be really costly, and also in terms of the timing, this is costly. Right? And this is not just some abstract idea, but you can actually see this in I'm also showing N2. What is N2? It's a monetary aggregate, right? What we call it a monetary aggregate. It's a measure of economy, right? So what you can see here is just like it falls where it makes sense, right? Because this is contraction in monetary policy, we increase the interest rates. This is supply. The interesting actions. Right? You have this persistent flat GDP by real bubble here, and you have this slow adjustment of the activities. And this is evidence for price moves. This is the macro evidence. We like to complement that with what we call micro evidence. For micro evidence, you can just look at firms. Right? So that's what you typically do. Just think about here for how long is it the case that firms on average do not change prices? Right? And I think you just take some examples. I don't know, let's push more. A would be just 1 to 2 weeks, B would be 4 to 5 months, C would be 8 to 11 months, more than a year. So who thinks it's A? B. C. D. Like the averages, I would say it's C, actually. Figure out that's in a second. It's not here, right? And obviously, it depends on what kind of region you look at, right? Here I'm contrasting the euro area and the United States. You typically see that prices in the euro area is a bit more sticky, right? The US is just a bit faster. And that's about it, right? It also depends on the exact measures that you use, right? This is what this study, right? So there's just millions of different ways to think about this. I think it clearly is so nice to use. I also always like to show this figure here because, I mean, this price thickness, yeah, maybe probably different across different forms. So what you see here is actual prices, right? So this is with the study here, right? So you see actual prices that firms set for their products. So what you can see here is like firms selling trousers, gasoline, and yogurts, right? And I think blue is Italy, green is French here, right? You see, this is time, right? Yeah, that's true. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we also have more here, which is whatever. But I don't know. seeing, right? If you go to the gas station, you have these prices which are in principle changed by minute. But internet prices, right? If you go on Amazon, these prices change all the time, right? This is already very different with your card. It's also very different with something like trousers, right? Or if you go to a grocery store, these prices are not changed by the minute, right? And it's even more true if you want to go more towards, let's say, prices that firms pay, say, for intermediate goods, right? If a firm is buying machineries or whatever from another firm, right? They typically have long-term contracts, right? Where you like give me this, I don't know, which I need for my car, get what I mean, right? So for that they have contracts, so they can really not change them by the minute, right? So I mean, this risk is clearly there, but there's actually lots of action here. I mean, there's many studies, right? This is just one example. How this changes across different forms. You can also see that this changes across the business cycle. So there's evidence that during recessions, prices are adjusted more, or when inflation is high. And again, this is one of the reasons why central banks are so afraid of inflation. Because we know that once prices start to rise, firms kind of lose their, firms are reluctant to increase prices, right? Because they know that consumers don't like this, right? Obviously, right? So they don't want to do that because they're afraid to lose their consumers. But once the price level rises, so we see inflation, firms kind of lose this reluctance because if everyone's increasing prices, I can increase my price too without my customers. You clearly see that in the data. Once inflation goes up, this price frequency increases a lot, right? So there's data that actually yeah, there's many different things to think about here. I think it's by the way, these things that you see these blobs here, which is the dash lines, that's the sales. This data really is super detailed, right? To understand what's actually going on there, right? Okay. Good. The main story, right, that I want to tell you is there's price movements. Alright, so now let's make a model where prices are sticky. This is the new Keynesian, right? So why is it called Keynesian? Why is there this word Keynesian? Actually, many people say you should not try this Keynesian model because Keynes would probably, I don't know what he would say. Well, that's what we do. So what is Keynesian in this model? Keynesian is first of all price units, right? And what I will show you is we actually moving away in this model from perfect numbers. This model will feature what we call holistic competition. What is called holistic competition? Yeah, that's already a more complicated example. So if it goes towards a monopoly a bit, right? So a monopoly is just one firm, right? Because of, I don't know, it's that you have this very high fixed cost, as we have in the trade network, because of that, because of one firm. But you have a few forms exactly, right? One of this in competition, one is like you have something between a monopoly, perfect competition, it's competition. So that's the idea you have many firms, but you don't have infinite many, right? And all these different firms produce goods that are a bit different from each other, which gives firms some price setting power. And I mean, this whole story about pricing is really European price setting power, right? Because of that perfect competition, the firm cannot deviate from the average price that all other firms set, because then immediately all consumers will run away. And you need this monopolistic competition so that my product differs a bit from the product that these other firms sell, because only then I can actually influence the price. And this is actually the whole reason why the front problem also will look a bit different compared to the second RBC. This is also what makes this problem a bit difficult, because we need to introduce this localized communication. Yeah, I mean, in the model, this will first of all be a parameter, right? So there will be a parameter where you can basically say, I control like how I think about this pricing is. And then what we try to do is we actually try to categorize this model exactly in line with these numbers here. The typical thing that we categorize is trying to have a pricing list of about 3 to 4 quarters. That's what we very often categorize. But that's in the end a quantitative thing, right? So you could decide. But once you have a model, this will just be a parameter in this model that you can change and see what happens. It's actually important. Okay, so that's what's Keynesian. What is mu, right? What's the n in a different way to think about mu? Is maybe to say it's classic, neoclassic business models. And I mean, that's all the stuff that I talked about in the RBC and in the neoclassic I go through. So all this stuff is still here. This is what's basically hidden in this new in the name of Keynesian models, right? So it is a model with micro-foundation. It is a model with rational expectations. It is a model with representative agents, which is not true for all neoclassic models, but here it is. And you have this idea that this neutrality of money will hold again in the long run, right? Because prices are sticky, but it's not like they never move. And this is kind of way nice, and I mean that's for example this paper. This is why it's not like this is whole, but it's not half this on the slide. Because people consider it kind of this new Keynesian models a bit of reuniting these two ways of thinking, right? This RBC, neoclassic micro-foundation, rational expectations, and now we're reuniting that with these Keynesian ways of thinking in this imperfect markets, right? Which, for example, right, it's very important if you think about the Lucas critique. That's of course not an office whole part, right? We want to account for the Lucas critique, we want to make sure that we can actually use them on our models as policy maps. And that's why we have them in the end, right? Okay. So, let me show you a better model. I actually spared with the household side, and I want to keep it a bit shorter. I mean, it's not like there's nothing changing in the household side. The equations look very similar, and you can open any of these textbooks, any of these papers, you will see that. So you have for the households maximizing utility over consumption and labor supply, right? That's just this is with the RBC. You will have this budget constraint. Budget constraint will look a bit different compared to what I showed you before, because in the RBC, everything was in real terms, right? I was just talking about the real wage, I was talking about the real interest rate. Here now, prices will play a role, inflation will show up, so we have to set up those nominal terms. So you would see nominal interest rate, you would see nominal wage and nominal first, right? Which doesn't change anything. The oil inflation in the end looks exactly as you know it, right? But just if you compare equation by equation, that's the difference. So but yeah, in the end, the households center around the oil inflation, right? So that's what we saw that is the problem, and I trust that you know that. What's different maybe is the further side. I mean, I basically already said that before, right? We will introduce monopolistic competition, and we will introduce our price stickiness. And the idea of price stickiness is what we call Calvo pricing. So Calvo is just the guy who wrote it down first, right? That's why we call Calvo pricing. And the very simple idea is basically again to work with probabilities, right? I mean, this is just like this comes to bakery that I just talked about before, right? We use probabilities again, as always that can still solve the problems, right? Because I mean, what's the beauty of probability? Think about rational expectations. People know this probability, and they can work with this. There's uncertainty, right? But I can still form expectations about probabilities. So this works nicely in these models. And this is the reason why we also do that with the casual pricing. So basically what you do is just assume that firms just reset prices with a certain probability, and which we can call a feature, and whatever model you see, it's always called a feature. And 1 minus theta is then the adjustment frequency that theta will move, it's going to be not just the prices. And that's exactly this parameter that we calibrate right. The one thing that we typically change is because this form problem is so pretty complicated, and because also of some other reasons, we actually in the basic Keynesian model, we very often take on count. Which is actually at first maybe it was surprising because in the neoclassical growth model, I talked a lot about that, right? That was pretty important. Here the argument was this for the short run, maybe it's not that important. You can also make a question about that. Maybe that's true, maybe not always. Because the estimate obviously is important, right? There's also more complexity. But let's take that for now, right? And what we introduced is a simple method. Right? Because this is a model which is used for understanding monetary policy, so we don't want one, right? We have a simple bank, I'm sure the Taylor rule, we get it later, which is doing interest rate. Which is very much in line with what some plans actually do, right? And again, this is one of the reasons why these models are actually used. Okay, so now let me try to move you a bit into this full problem. Right, I mean, think about the RBC, right? In the RBC, the full problem was super simple. You just wrote down this profit maximization, and then you got capital demand and labor demand, but you basically said when set the marginal product of labor equal to the innovation, right? And set the marginal product of capital equal to the just the median. That's the full problem in the RBC in 2 sentences, right? Here we just need one. And the main reason is that we want to have this more holistic competition to lead holistic reasons. So what we do is to actually say we introduce 2 types of firms, not just one firm, but 2. Right? Which actually means we're moving away a bit from these representative firms, right? So we have 2 types of firms. The one I call intermediate good firms, and the other one we typically call final good firms. So what does that mean? So the idea again is these intermediate good firms produce something that these final good firms take as an input in their production, and that they then sell to the consumers. Right? I mean, so one example to be a typical example that you find in the textbook. Think about these intermediate good firms maybe as firms actually producing different food items, I don't know, cereals, milk, cheese, whatever you like, right? And then the final good firms are the firms, let's say like a supermarket, or we often also call retailers, and not a supermarket, which are then basically taking all these different products, putting them in a basket and selling that basket to the consumer. Right? That's the idea here. That's why we have these 2 types of firms. In the end, there's technical reasons why we need that, because if you would have firms and these actual heterogeneous firms producing all these different goods, you really have to solve, you could not do this with these 7 methods, right? But if consumers can just buy this basket, the consumer problem really doesn't change, right? The consumer problem is exactly the same as before, and that's the beauty of having these 2 steps. Okay. So basically all the action in the end is with these intermediate good firms. They are the interesting ones because they are selling these heterogeneous goods, which means they have to price them out. Right? They are the guys that were basically fillet, I don't know, the cereal firm, can actually change its price because people care about different, like there's some substitution going on, right? If the price of cereals go up, maybe I buy more cheese, but still there's some people that also like cereals, so there will always be a bit of price out, right? tell this decision. Okay. Yeah, you have non-profit substitutes, right? So cereals might be more expensive, but I'm still buying them. Because cheese is not a perfect substitute for cereal. Makes some sense. Right? I mean, this is modeling device, right? So don't take this as true. That's the second. Okay, so let me show you some equations then. Again, this is the way else to be done, right? So this is the retailer. Think of this as the supermarket. So the supermarket produces this final good, which we call output. This is we did before, YT. Right? And this is produced as this CS, constant substitution bundle of these intermediate goods. So this is a production function, but actually a very simple. It isn't most simple, but it is a very simple one, right? In the second, what these forms do is really just taking all these different inputs. And these different inputs are indexed by J, right? So YTJ is cereals, cheese, what else do I have? Milk, wet, whatever you want, right? This is all indexed by J, right? And this is basically the basket that the supermarket creates, right? And this is just the functional form that we take for creating this basket, right? Why is it this particular functional form? Well, I mean, first of all, this here follows the CS property. Second thing, this is continuous. This is when you have an integral, and if you find this integral intimidating, just think of this as a sum, right? So basically what the supermarket is doing is aligning all these different products and we're assigning weights. And these weights are these outcomes here, right? Which will determine how easy can I substitute cheese for cereals. Right? How much do consumers like change their preferences, or how much more do I like cheese compared to cereals? Right? That's the outcome, right? And that's what we call elasticity. This is admittedly not a very nice function, but it's basically just doing what I told you. Right? It has some nice properties, right? This thing has constantly changed to scale, which is always nice for us, right? So that's why we have this epsilon to the minus 1 over the epsilon, and the epsilon over the epsilon minus 1, that ensures that we have constantly changed to scale, right? And we can easily check that, right? Just multiply this here and this bit all fall out, right? Does that make some sense? So what's important to see is we now basically have two types of things that are produced, right? So we have output YT, which is produced by these final forms, and this YTJ, think of this, so this is this basket, right, which is actually sold to consumers, and this is this thing here, these intermediates, and this is why I'm indexing that with J. Okay, so yeah, then what do these final good producers do? They are just doing what our firms in the RBC did, right? They maximize their profits. This is their profits. This is what they sell, right? And these baskets, YT, output, multiplied with the price that they get for these baskets. And this is the costs that they have, right? Because what these final good firms do is just buying these intermediates from these intermediate good firms, right? They're buying cheese and bread and butter, whatever, right? And for each intermediate, they have to pay this price, right? So here, we're basically just selling all the intermediates that they want. Right? Maybe a different way to think about this is to say this is output, right, of these final good forms. This is their inputs, but their inputs is not capital and labor, but their inputs is this intermediates, right? And this is the cost that they have for these intermediates. So now what you could do, I mean, I explained you all ways of deriving that, because deriving the model is simply take some lines, right? But you would write down the maximization, right? I mean, that's something you can in principle do, right? But so maybe you can check that if you want, right? Everybody has to do that too, right? I mean, basically, you would now say, and what you want to maximize, right? So what you do is write down a maximization problem, right? So you would say we're maximizing this guy here over the input choice over YTJ.
Have you reached on my
So you do a derivative of this here, right?
So,
Subject to
I start watching this thing.
right? So you would do the maximization subject to this production function, right? So that YT equals this thing here, which is right? So this is kind of my constraint that we want to do is to say just that here and write down a first order condition, and then you have to do some lines, but what you end up with would be this equation. And this here is now the demand for each intermediate good. It's basically corresponding to what in the RBC problem we derive the demand for labor, right? We derive the demand for capital. It was firm demand for the inputs. This is also firm demand for the input, but the input is now the intermediate good. Right? And you can see here how much YTJ, right? So how much cereals does the supermarket demand for the intermediate ones? You can see here what it depends on. And this equation actually makes some sense, hopefully, right? So it tells you the more the supermarket wants to sell, right, the higher its output in this economy, more of this intermediate it will also demand. And that's the first thing you can see, right? So if the supermarket wants to sell more overall, it also has to buy more cereals. Right? That's one thing you see here, right? And then you also see that how many cereals the supermarket will buy will depend on the price of cereals compared to the aggregate price of the economy. So if cereals are much more expensive compared to the other goods in the economy, the supermarket will buy less cereals. So I have a minus epsilon. A different way to see that is to write this equation here as YTJ over YT equals PTJ over PT times epsilon. Okay, and then you can basically say if the price of cereals is higher than the aggregate price, this guy here will be larger than 1. Right? Minus epsilon will make the YTJ get smaller than YT. The cereals are relatively cheap, so you want to buy more cereals. How much more? Well, that depends on this epsilon, right? And this epsilon, remember, is this elasticity of substitution. So if the consumers really care about cereals, the price elasticity is such that it will not be smart much in price, right? So firm space, relatively low slope demand elasticity, right? If the elasticity of substitution would be very high, that's not one here. If it goes towards infinity, what's happening now? So think about the situation. Right, I'm a cereal firm. My price is higher than the aggregate price level. And this epsilon would be very high. What would that mean for the demand for cereal? Actually go towards 0 with that. So that would be the case that we have a perfect competition. And a perfect competition, I'm a cereal firm, but most people just don't care whether they eat cereals or cheese. So if I increase my price relative to the cheese firm, nobody will buy cereal. And that's exactly what it's doing, right? So epsilon towards infinity is going back towards perfect competition. And this whole price setting power is right? So this here would be
like the ultimate and the leadership outcomes.
Yeah, I would actually have more that. I mean, here the whole idea really is that these final group guys, they produce output, right? So they produce the YT, right? And YT is sold to the consumer. This means that in the consumer problem, you will always see YT showing up, and these consumers never see these YTJs. So that means as a consumer, or if you solve the consumer problem, you don't have to worry about these YTJs. That's basically. Doesn't make some sense. This is actually getting very micro. This is also a little bit, but this is what a micro-functional algorithm is, right? I mean, you have to think about demand elasticities here, and that's exactly what's happening, right? I mean, it is minus epsilon. If you do the math, that's what you should get, right? I mean, that's right. But I mean, intuitively here, it is minus epsilon. So again, think about PTJ as the serial form, right? And if I have a higher price compared to the active price level, it's going to be larger than 1. Get the minus epsilon here, right? Basically inverting, right? So then you will have PT over PTJ. So then you have something smaller than 1. This means that YTJ is smaller than YT, and this means that the demand for cereals will be smaller compared to the demand of other cheese. Right? I mean, you could also write it if this minus epsilon is a bit confusing, so that this write it as this equals PT over PTJ to the epsilon, right? And then make the same way. Maybe you kind of see where this is going, right? I mean, this short problem is very micro. This is exactly because we're going to have someone who this competition. So we're getting more micro in the next slides. But this actually also will give you some interesting stuff for the macro modeling. That's our so yeah, I added from Maria about this 22nd and 2, right? So that's still important. Of course, I'm showing myself. Go to a bank and ask for a loan, and then I can basically just save, and then next period I pay back the loan if my income is going up again, right? This is how this whole household thing is working, right? Well, maybe that's true for some of us, maybe it's not true for all of us, right? And this is the point that's made in this paper pretty clearly. They write down a model where they change the household problem. Not such that we introduce what we call borrowing, right? So once you introduce situations where people cannot easily smooth consumption over time, right? But you basically say maybe some people are so poor that if they go to a bank, they will just not get them. Right? I mean, that's reality, right? For many of us, right? And once you introduce these borrowing constraints, these costs of business methods basically go through the roof. And that's exactly what Visual was talking about. Because then you have the situation that, let's say, I've just lost my job, right? There's a business cycle crisis, there's a recession, I've lost my job. But that's really a problem for me because I don't know how to smooth consumption. Right? And that makes these costs of business cycles much higher. That's scary. So just like to say, whenever somebody comes with, why care about business cycles, hookers already showed in the 80s that we don't need them, right? We don't need to care about them. Have an answer why maybe we should care about them, right? And I mean, I'm saying that so forcefully because this Cosell paper, Cosell posted from 2009, basically like this started already like in the early 2000s, that we like took these incomplete markets, basically what the people scoring is a financial market where we say is incomplete such that people cannot just borrow all the time, right? So you really need to deviate from this RBC idea that every market is working perfectly, whatever. So we basically know how to do this since the, I would say, early 2000s. Nowadays, this has become the standard, right? So that we basically do these incomplete markets most of the time, not always. Depends on the questions. But all these models that think about distributions of agents, that think about heterogeneities, this is exactly what we do. And then, I mean, we still have Euler equations, right? This is why I talk about Euler equations for such a long time, right? They are still relevant for some of us, but not for all of us, right? And that gives you kind of all the action. I think like the remaining slides, we basically discussed all of that, right? But they're in short, right? And you have like a summary of the main points, right? So yeah, what actually are these productivity shocks, right? That was going to say, well, what actually is productivity, right? What are we actually talking about here? That question is not so easy to answer, right? I mean, I have a long slide here, I make this more detail, but it's a very valid one, right? So you actually want to have models where you can not just talk about productivity shocks, right? So we have this point on labor supply, right? I mean, I already talked about that before. So what happens in these models, even if you do this honestly, you do all of the trick. There's actually lots of papers that talk about what we call this micro-macro puzzle. You still need to calibrate these labor supply this social elasticity that we'll talk about at some point in a way which is not consistent with what we know from microanalytics, right? And now there's a long discussion in the labor example, right? The assessment is always nice, but it's just like there's millions of people thinking about this. Can we actually use the micro evidence for the macro models? Maybe we cannot, maybe we should just do not this at all, but the discussion is really huge, right? And it all centers around this crucial assistance. Is the number 2 or 4? That's a good question, right? Right. And I mean, to me, I would always say, follow the labor market in a very different way. That's what I would do, right? Actually introduce unemployment. Actually, that this whole problem is completely. That's one of the key questions. We talk about we just know how to solve this, right? But just in the basic RBC without changing anything, the problem is there. I talk about this lack of what we call internal propagation. It's kind of what I talked about when we looked at the IRS and the impulse responses. I showed you that there's 2 major mechanisms in these models. So one gives you persistence, the other one gives you the short-run volatility, right? Short-run volatility is the intertemporal distance substitution. This wealth effect, that's this long-run persistence in the IRS, right? For how long does the model actually generate funds? And you're kind of always trading off one against the other. And in the data, if you really look closely, most things are happening at the same time. And that's something that the model has difficulty replicating, right? So like I say, if you want a lot of volatility in the short run, you will not see lots of long run effects. And that's what we mean by this internal propagation, right? So there's basically not enough happening in the model that really gives you persistence of the effects at the time. And that's, I mean, that goes also back to your point, right? You really like these exogenous shocks in the RBC, they're really driving in everything. there's not much coming in the model. We also know that. At this point, I was going your point, right? About central banks, what about financial markets? Maybe we want to think about this. There's actually going to be enough fun and just one of these things that when I work with a lot, so that's one of those things that I have to make here if I pretend, right? But again, this is all stuff that we know, right? And I mean, there's millions of papers that present models that change exactly this, right? That don't expect the basic RBC model to address these points. They just okay. Good. That's what I was talking about, right? So what I want to do, like in the remaining 5 weeks that we have, right? Actually switch the order, sorry. So what I will do next, I will start talking about the UK model, okay? Which means we will allow for nominal rigidities, price rigidities, so that actually now we have a meaningful role for routine policy. Not yet for financial markets, but you could also introduce financial markets in this model, right? We will also spend some time towards the end giving you an idea of what endogenous growth models do. That's kind of what I advertised already before when I started from the neoclassical growth to say that the neoclassical growth also there, right? Growth is basically exogenous. It's still as in the RBC, right? All this is twin charts. The neoclassical growth, all this is growth process that you exogenous win. You want to change that, right? And that's exactly what endogenous growth will do. These other two things I will not do in this course, but of course, adaptations are forms data. One can actually match this model with data, and we have some one extension as well. Thoughts. Actually, these are thoughts. Okay. Okay. So that's my chapter 5 on the RBC. So that's what I want to do next, right? Yeah, I mean, I want to present you. This is, I try to boil it down, right? I mean, a cube course on a new Keynesian model, I actually, again, also in the quantitative macro, in the summer, I start off with exactly this model because it is, again, the workhorse that we're using nowadays. We see central banks, right? It's key model we will use for monetary policy and so on. It is a bit of a stripped down version, but still you will see some stuff. And I thought we also use some kind of okay. That's what we will do, but maybe if you want, you can start me there. It's just start starting a new chapter again now, so I think the way this is appreciated. And it's actually super cool to if you warm them up with them.
就这么搞。
Anspannung gegen die Hand. Seite wechseln. Einmal drücken, halten, Edge. Mal, locker lassen. Und weiteres Mal halten, entspannen. Auslockern. Dann stellen wir uns auf ein Bein. Dasselbe mit den Händen machen wir jetzt mit dem Fuß. Wir kennen die Fußgelenke. Anziehen, spannen. Anziehen, spannen. Und dann mit dem Langpunkt einfach links, rechts, links, rechts, rechts, rechts. Und Fußwechsel wieder an. Und dann in außen. 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 Und fokussieren, ausstrecken. Und dann wischen wir der letzten Übung. Wir lassen den Kopf und die Arme locker hängen. Wir schließen noch mal kurz die Augen. Wir geben uns eine kurze Pause. Und wir können schwingen, sodass der Arm ganz locker Fußkörper kommt. So wie sie einfach stehen wird. Vollkommen leicht. Dann noch mal ausatmen. Aufrichten, Augen wieder öffnen. And it can actually explain some things, right? I mean, like this stuff, why is it more creating inflation? It's the recession creating deflation. This is stuff that in an REC you cannot talk about. It's one we can actually talk about. It gives us some multiple marginals, right? That was already made earlier. And this is again kind of a bit of this Keynesian storage, right? It's a mini-month. It's a whole of this exact what's happening, right? You can not only talk about monetary policy, but also talk about interest rates. And it is kind of the staff what's happening, right? Forms. And the other one we typically call final good forms. So what does that mean? So the idea in the end is that good forms produce something that these final good forms take as an input in their production, and that they then sell to the consumers. Right? I mean, so basically one quick example to be a typical example that you find in the textbook. Think about intermediate good forms maybe as forms actually producing different food items, I don't know, cereals, milk, cheese, whatever you like, right? And then the final good forms are good forms, let's say, like the supermarket, or we often also call retailers, and not the supermarket, which are then basically taking all these different products, putting them in a basket, and selling that basket to the consumer. And that's the idea here. It's one of these two types of products. Yeah, there's technical reasons why we need that, because if you would have forms and these actual heterogeneous forms producing all these different products, it's really hard to solve. You would not do this with these other methods, right? But if consumers can just buy this basket, the consumer problem really doesn't change, right? The consumer problem is exactly the same as before, and that's the beauty of having these two steps. Okay. So basically all the action in the end is with these intermediate good forms. They are the interesting ones because they are selling these heterogeneous goods, which means they have to press it. Right? They are the guys that are basically for me, I don't know, a cereal firm can actually change its price because people care about different, like there's some substitution going on, right? If the price of cereals go up, maybe I'll buy more cheese, but still there's some people that also like cereals, so there will always be a bit of percentage problem, right? That's the story that we tell them about this thing. Okay. Yeah, we have non-profit substitutes, right? So cereals might be more expensive, and then I'm still buying them. Because cheese is not a perfect substitute for cereal. Some sense. I mean, this is modeling, right? So we don't take this as two. That's the second. Okay, so let me show you some equations then. Yeah, it's just the way I was to that, right? So this is this retailer. Think of this as the supermarket. So the supermarket produces this final good, which we call output, just as we did before, YT. Right? And this is produced as this CS, so that's the substitution bundle of these intermediate goods. So this is a production function, but actually a very simple, it's not simple, but it is a very simple one, right? In the sense that what these firms do is really just taking all these different inputs. These different inputs are indexed by J, right? So YTJ is cereals, cheese, what else do I have? I don't know, milk, bread, whatever you want, right? This is all indexed by J, right? And this is basically this basket that the supermarket creates, right? And this is just the functional form that we take for creating this basket, right? Why is it this particular functional form? Well, I mean, first of all, this is a property. Second thing is it's continuous. This is why you have an integral. If you find this integral intimidating, just think of this as a sum, right? So basically what the supermarket is doing is aligning all these different products and we're assigning weights. And these weights are these epsilons here, right? Which will determine how easy can I substitute cheese for cereals. Right? How much do consumers like change their preferences, or how much more do I like cheese compared to cereals? Right? That's the epsilon. Right?
choose to scale. This is admittedly not a very nice function, but it's basically just doing what I told you. Right? It has some nice properties, right? This thing has constant tools to scale, which is always nice for us, right? So that's why we have this epsilon to the minus 1 over epsilon, epsilon over epsilon minus 1, that ensures that we have constant tools to scale. Right? And we basically check that, right? Just multiply the 0 and the stability of out, right? So what's important to see is we now basically have two types of things that are produced, right? So we have output YT, which is produced by these analytical forms, and this YTJ, think of this is the sparse bit, right, which is actually sold to consumers, and this is this thing here, these intermediates, and this is why we X and capital J. Okay, so yeah, so what do these analytical producers do? Yeah, just create one more forms of the RBC bits, right? They maximize their profits. This is their profits. This is what they sell, right? And these baskets, YT, output, multiplied with the price that they get for these baskets. And this is the costs that they have, right? Because what these final good firms do is just buying these intermediates from these intermediate good firms, right? They're buying cheese and bread and butter, whatever, right? And for each intermediate, they have to pay this price, right? Here, basically, just summing all the intermediates that they want. Maybe a different way to think about this is to say this is output, right, of these final good forms. This is their inputs, but their inputs is not capital or labor, but their inputs is this intermediates, right? And this is the cost that they have for these intermediates. So now what you could do, I spare you all these ways of deriving that, because deriving the model is admittedly takes some lines, right? But you would write down the maximization, right? I mean, that's something you can in principle do, right? But so maybe check that as you want, right? Yes, doing that too, right? I mean, basically, you would now say, for what maximum is, right? So what you do is write down maximization problem, right? So you would say you're maximizing this guy here over the input choice over YTJ. So you do a derivative of this here, right? Subject to that thing, right? So you would do the maximization subject to this production function, right? So the YT equals this thing here. So this is kind of my constraint that we were going to do this, is to say just introduce that here, then write down a first order condition, and then you have to do some lines, but what you end up with would be this equation. And this here is now the demand for each intermediate good, right? So it's basically corresponding to what in the RBC problem we derive the demand for labor, right? We derive the demand for capital. It was firm demand for the inputs. This is also firm demand for the inputs, but the input is now intermediate good, right? And you can see here how much YTJ, right? So how much cereals does the supermarket demand for the intermediate ones? You can see here what it depends on. And this equation actually makes some sense, hopefully, right? So it tells you the more the supermarket wants to sell, right, the higher its output in this economy. More of this intermediate will also be found. Okay, that's the first thing you can see, right? So if the supermarket wants to sell more overall, it also has to buy more cereals. Right? That's one thing you see here. Right? And then you also see that how many cereals the supermarket will buy will depend on the price of cereals compared to the actual price of the input. So if cereals are much more expensive
compared to the other goods in the account, the supermarket would buy less units. So we have the minus epsilon. A different way to see that is to write this equation here as ytj over yt equals ptj over pt to minus epsilon. Right? And then you can basically say if the price of cereals is higher than the aggregate price, this guy will be larger than 1. Right? Minus epsilon will make the ytj get smaller than yt. The cereals are relatively cheap. You want to buy more cereals. And how much more? Well, that depends on this epsilon. Right? And this epsilon is the elasticity substitution. So if the consumers really care about cereals, the price elasticity is such that it will not respond much to the price. Right? So from space, relatively slow demand elasticity. If the elasticity of substitution would be very high, that's not one here. If it goes towards infinity, what's happening now? So think about the situation. I might have a cereal for my price is higher than the average price level. And this epsilon would be very high. What would that mean for the demand for cereal? So that would be the case that we have a perfect competition. Perfect competition minus cereal form, but as people just don't care whether they eat cereals or cheese. So if I increase my price relative to the cheese form, nobody will buy cereal. And that's exactly what we're saying. Right? So epsilon towards infinity is going back towards perfect competition. And then this whole price setting power disappears. Right? So this is what we
I also thought times again that maybe the students, but they also have an illusion of.
I would actually have more step in between. Yeah. I mean, here the whole idea really is that these finite good guys, they produce output, right? So they produce the YT, right? And YT is sold to the consumers. And this means that in the consumer problem, will always see YT showing up, and these consumers never see as YTJs. So that means as a consumer, or if you solve the consumer problem, you don't have to worry about these YTJs. That's basically that doesn't make so much sense. This is actually getting very high for this is one of my hobbies, right? Demand elasticity is here, and that's exactly what's happening, right? I mean, it is minus epsilon.
Yeah, that's my choice.
And intuitively here, it is minus epsilon. So you get the PTJ as the serial form, right? And if I have a higher price compared to the aggregate price level, this guy would be larger than 1. You get the minus epsilon here, right? It's inverting, right? So then you would have PT over PTJ. So then you have something smaller than 1. And this means that YTJ is smaller than YT. And this means that the demand for cereals will be smaller compared to the demand of other goods. Right? I mean, you could also write it if this minus epsilon is a bit confusing, but you can just write it as this equals PT over PTJ to the epsilon, right? And then make the same one. Right? Even that, I mean, you kind of see where where this is going, right? I mean, this room problem is very mindful. This is exactly because we want to have sort of holistic competitions. Again, even more mindful science. But this actually also will give you some interesting stuff for the macro model makers. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I added for Maria about this 22nd and June, right? So that's the one that's so important. Otherwise, I was showing myself and no
Why cannot be Spain? Because it's European country. It's just they should pay. That's why.
And then the idea from our side was that there's going to be this tutorial at the end of it, right? I guess, right? Which was scheduled for January 15 at 4. And I learned that apparently there is some for the public they happening in parallel. So what I can offer you, like after discussing with the other, that we have the tutorial the week after. That would be January 22nd. So my first question would be, that would just be a week after, right? So is there this other tutorial also happening the week after? That was not the case in the first part. Because I never had a tutorial earlier, right? At the same spot, and then we're going to come back. So why is that? This is what makes planning hard. Okay, so this is why we thought that the slot is 3 and that was not 3. Okay, so that would not help. So then, yeah, that said, we could also do the 22nd and 2. Would that help? Would that also work for me? 22nd, so January 22nd, Thursday, at 2 instead of at 4. Is that yeah. So I'll check. We decide on doing this. Okay, so then I'll give that to you together and here. So then the idea would be to move this from here it is. Right here it says January 15 and 4. So then we move that to January 22nd and 2. Okay, so I go to that of course. So then that's back to macro. So basically before Christmas, what I did do was this tour to the RBC. Right? So we stopped here at chapter 5. The whole idea of chapter 5 is showing an RBC model, getting across why we have these models, why they're important, and how we work with that, right? And I mean, there's really a lot that we did in this chapter 5, and it's basically on this slide, right? This was not setting up this model, and I mean, the key change from what we did before was that it's now a passive model, right? So now there's some randomness, there's expectations, right? All that didn't happen before. This was a new thing here, right? Which makes this business this is when we talked about expectations, uncertainty, whatever. We talked about labor supply. Now we talked about how to solve these models, right? And that was actually a large part of this lecture, right? I think basically my idea was to show you what actually mean by the solution of that model. And the way to get the solution was to use the math because like that's a lot of different positions. All this right. Good. Then we talked about calibration and what I mean by quantitative model analysis, right? And then I showed you these responses. I also showed you these Excel file, which I'm glad was a big fan of, right? So feel free to play around with this Excel itself, right? So that really helps to understand what's actually going on there. Because given that the model is still relatively small, right? We can actually this an Excel, right? Okay. Yeah, and then I mean, we stopped basically here, like this was the day before, or the week before, when we talked about what it actually now means, right? So what does it tell us about what actually productivity shock is doing in these models? And then we talked about like the pros and cons of RBC. This is basically what we ended. Sorry about these lots of slides, but as far as I remember, stopped. Yeah. And I mean, this is basically the RBC story in one slide. It turns out, I mean, an RBC model is admittedly relatively
这个就是有点忘，就是 empirical 的这个 silence 还是 nature 就是自己出的 energy， 就是这个，所以就有点 inner circle， circle， 这个就
This was the discussion that we were having about efficiency, right? Obviously, model is always efficient, right? And the only thing that you put in is these productivity shocks, right? This real, this is what we call the RBC real business cycle. In a way, this is kind of the big success of this model, right? Given that it is this small in a way, right? And we just put in this productivity shock. It still explains many things. Right? You can actually think about business cycles and that model to some degree, right? And this is in a way the big success of the RBC. This doesn't mean that the RBC is the end of the world. It definitely isn't, because there's also really big failures of the RBC, right? There's so many things an RBC cannot explain us, right? I mean, I will be talking about that basically on the following slides, right? The one thing that we already talked about, that was basically this slide that was talked about last week, where I showed you basically what you do with an RBC model. You simulate data, right, based on the model. So basically say, take your model, we need the estimate economy, simulate data, say GDP, consumption, and for hours worked, right, for all these roles and things. And then what you see, if you look at business cycle statistics, you compare that to data, right? This is the data of the US economy. You compare that, you actually see that the RBC model does a pretty good job at matching consumption, volatility, so there's standard deviation, investment volatility. And it really fails at matching this data, hours worked. So this is one of these obvious things that people basically discuss when they've seen this. That's why some of the focused on thoughts. I mean, just said this is basically where we're going to go, right? I mean, really take the RBC. The RBC is kind of our first step, right? This is why the RBC model is the basis of many things that come later, right? But it's really just the basis, right? And I mean, I want to give you some examples, basically. The next chapter, we're going to talk about the model, which builds exactly on that, with just some major things that it changes. But like all these techniques that we discussed, right? Equation, simulating models. This is what you do with all the models that we nowadays work with, right? This is why I spend so much time talking about this RBC model, because it really like teaches you many things that you need in order to understand your model. Okay. That's some thoughts. One of the obvious things, right? I mean, these hours, these error, right? It's just really not well explained in RBC model. Why is this? But what would you say? I mean, I've shown you this model, right? Well, is there something where you say that's something I'm missing? That's something I would like to see? If you look at the standard deviation of hours work that you get in the model, you're just not matching that in terms of what you compare to the data, right? So you see in the model, hours work is less, the standard deviation is too small compared to what we have. In the data, you see that hours work is almost as volatile as activity as GDP, whereas in the model it's just and basically hours don't move compared to the data. Well, for consumption, yeah, it's also, you're right that the difference is not as large. So let's say on consumption, there's easy stuff you can do. See here, right? Whereas on unemployment, based on the stubborn model, it's just you cannot fix this. But also relatively, right? I mean, here you're like matching only half of the volatility. Here the difference is not as large. It's actually good as well. It's always the model. It's called to make sure that cool. At least I'm moving here with my but well, what do you think? You think it's useful, or is there stuff you would like to see, or is there a quick stop here? Or? Is that the macro that we aim for? Is that just if you're all happy with what it's all. Yeah, that's also true. That was one of the discussions we were having, right? Exactly, yeah. So I mean, that was one of the things that I showed you, right? I mean, you can actually do fiscal policy as well, right? That's what I showed you. You can do it. But it gives you a very complicated right? Which is really not what we think about, because in this model there's no growth. And then this is one of the major things actually. What's the reason why we have new Keynesian models? With the new Keynesian models, all this stuff makes sense. In the new Keynesian model, fiscal policy is working not 100%, but I mean it's a new Keynesian model, right? So it works a bit as if the ISLM a few months, right? So if you think about this Keynesian cross, all this opens up again in these new Keynesian models. This is stuff which is not.
I think that if you don't create some shop.
What is surprising here is would be clear that if we embedded, there would be an entry for sure in the second period. So we have already a difference with respect to the case where this completely so finding that which is the rational outcome of the everybody counted with the elements. So it's not very surprising because we are looking already at favorable initial conditions from the higher, where the status is already high, and we have seen that general as soon as some probability that the time starts entry period, then it will increase the probability assigned to last time. So we decide that will be the last time sensitivity will increase. I think in any case, reinforces the favorable initial conditions. It's not very surprising that we get this outcome. Five for sure entry, and the difference is up. This, of course, is for the first period. The second period, as I said before, the second period there is no fusion anymore. Then the calculus will have a 5. Entry will occur, of course, only if the
this probability is smaller zero PR, this smaller PR than the entry.
well, now we are going to look at what happens here. But you see that the probability here, the stuff is always starting.
And it's also that bar, because we have the case where the gravity bar, the important thing is that probability is higher than bar. Right. Yeah. Yes.
So now we are going to look at the case for the reverse. The reverse interesting in the sense that it shows that this setting for computation, even if it is completely understood by the opponent, still leads to more fighting or war in order to deter such conflicts on this way. So now it has more complicated because we will have to resort to mixed strategies in order to find the equilibrium. Let us show why this is the case. So this strategy is that beta, so beta is the probability of the candidates to find entry in the first place. And this strategy is beta is neither 0 nor 1. Equilibrium beta cannot be 1, but for sure, because in this case, we should have that B0 is the probability of toughness. So this is the result. This formula is always valid. It's just beta for 1 with probability would be 0. And since now we are in the reverse case, where 0 is smaller than p, above which was the threshold for entry for 1. In this case, in period 2, 1 would say, well, probability that guy stuff is actually more than the alpha bar, so that if the probability in the second period enters for sure, and I think that in the first period is advantage. So that the cabbage of not finding it, actually we don't be 0. Now, let me either be 0 is probably 5. Because we are the one which actually is the possibility that some tutoring of implementation tutoring are larger than the benefits from it are larger than the cost of the implementation. That also never finding it will not be easy. The same reason as before. Assume that never finding would be chosen as the basic. Then, by limiting the task, you would signal that you are tough for sure in the second period, and then we can not enter the second period. Then, because we are in this case here, the capping to the profit the temporary from so also there is never always trying to play actually it's not optimal. Always does find it's not optimal. The only solution is that the cabinet's behavior will be mixed strategy. What it is beta is the one easy to find the So now we are going to find the mixing strategies. Mixing strategies that involves the candidate on the one and deciding which probability to decide and on the other side, the potential impact is really of only one. The impact of only one is also a focus whether to enter or not, and we also have to randomize. The logic of this study is that the probability distribution of a strategy is selected in such a way that it takes the opponent in different of its possible strategies. So, particular now, beta, the level of beta, must be such that the impact of the single trigger profile is different about and the impact of the colony must randomize entries, so it will be the making time with different between 5 to accommodate the entry. How can be chosen so as to make the future potential entrant in this if you look at look at period 2, which is the last period, as there is no future, which means that the impact of only one period will be different even only if probability that the candidate starts is equal, exactly equal to the threshold alpha bar. Because the standard model, one theory model, to say, well, if B0 is larger than the alpha bar, then I expect them to say out. If B0 is smaller than the alpha bar, then it is better to end. It means that if B0 is precisely equal to the alpha bar, the potential impact is different. So, now, however, it is not B0. Which is sizing or behavior of the potential impact, but it is the posterior belief and the final stuff for speculation. So, what was the posterior belief? This was this formula is equal to G alpha bar. G alpha bar was greater than B divided by 1 plus B. So, we just one equation, one unknown. And this gives us index, then this number. This is the probability with which entry will be false. What is the probability entry is false first? Probability that the encounter is stuff is plus the probability that the encounter is weak, 1 by 0, probability that it fights back, that is here. So we can search beta and we will value difference. And this gives us this probability. This probability that entry will be false in the first period. These factors in order to compute the expected payoff of the weak entrant first period. This probability entry will be false. Then the entrant will get -1. Dice complementa probability, quindi accommodate. And then it's B. So this gives us this expression. So this is the expected payoff from A or the first column. If it does not enter, it gets 0. So then you get a strict incentive to enter if it is at 0, which means that if 0 is smaller than the threshold. The square of the upper was threshold correctly equals that which is 1. So this is the number which is 0.1 is smaller than the upper bound. So we have actually threshold here. So we have an impact of the entry behavior first period. Now we investigate the case in which zero is also smaller than E bar squared. In the case which is a negative value for entry. Positive. Possibilities. So who is here to say the first period? Starting from 0 and then probability 5. Then probably 1 and the V is randomized and times the weighted average of 1 is that and 1 probability times. So, now we are looking at the equation which is hardest for the file base of the enters because the expected value of entry is C of entrance enters in figure, enters explodes the issue of what is now the impact on the second period? If no fight occurs in the first period, from 2, then enter 1 enters for sure. Otherwise, we should otherwise, there's been entry here to the 1. Fire or by with fire, you need to reach fire was selected by the device. And then observing upon observing fire in the first period, the behavior of the second period must decide whether or not. And as we said before, it will randomize the equilibrium. Randomize the equilibrium, choosing to enter upon the observed fire with some probability. Probability that makes the weak champion in this frame, defining the only in the first period. So now let us denote by gamma the probability that one enters even at 5 was observed with a requirement for you. It's not gamma. So now what must be done? We now have to look at the impact of gamma on the expected failure of the what is the final expected failure of finding the first. Finds not 180, of course. Theta is -1. Then in the second period, there are one. Anyone of colony 1 will be path probability 0, it will enter for sure. This is the end of discovery. The final state is a normal line. Then this line is normalizing it. So, and the probability by gamma was given the time of it enters probability 0 probability gamma. In which case, this is the end of the story, the final probabilities and this. could also be that the data does not take from it, but the camera is a fire. So instead, the coordinates you see your plan, it's 0 and the field is weak, and then this guy situation in which the 0 is smaller than the field does not really exist. But we have a situation which is smaller than the command, and there is no reputation that has to be built, and also field that will be angry. And so if we get a binary 0 also 0. So Yana must be chosen by the entrant of the second period so as to make the candidate different between finding and not finding in the first period. This is an infinite logic, but it is extremely logic. So again, we have one equation and one unknown. So this is equal to 0. And this points down to this one, which is gamma. You see that this equation is a positive, but it means that the gamma must be smaller than 1. And is also larger than 0, otherwise it would not be this.
Also, one period of person to designate comment can be defined by yes, but otherwise we still have range so you have this sort of because if I change the date from then it's a quite not the differential is different. Almost say something else. Okay. I try to say ecology or theories. So now let's read the last possibility. So this one. So we also have five analysis. Analysis the reaction to the first whether weak entrant is out. It is out because the expected vehicle length is negative.
entrant according to this respective table of entry is positive, zero is color, then now we are large. Yes, large there. So the big entrant according to stays out. This is even different from what we saw in the one clearance game with the associated information. In which case, here there was always an entry. Now there is no entry. There's no entry in this page here. Because the incumbent understands that in order to display future entry, so actually I'm not want anymore, but I know that I just later after the I know that the incumbent is ready to speak, is ready to fight me just to signal to the future possible renders and take the stuff. So, because understands the additional effects of the fire, it stays out. This is something that has been important in a lot of relations. The empires, Soviets or the US empire and states. Should refrain from valuing because we have incentive to contact just to signal that we are fast. So, the agreement that we entrant stays out, and entry by the tough entrant instead is put back by the empire with the probability feedback or if no fight occurs, then the fight occurs, then nothing is learned for the next colony, and since the case in which zero is below the bar, then in this case, a quick entrant will do one entrant. So, otherwise, he would randomize. That is to say, if the quick entrant from colony 1 is so that colony 2 is satisfied, then it randomizes with the same probability as before. To say, enters upon a third side, the probability is gamma. So, this is just to check that this claim is correct. Same guidelines before to make the campaign different with we see that these computational effects change the nature of behavior and the probability of war. We saw with the information, case both are weak, or never. In case of incomplete information, the static case with just one colony, so that more occur also in big types. If the driver of this is not working, it may occur big types, and it will occur depending on the driver probability that the binary stuff. If the probability is large, then and otherwise there will be no war. The war only occurs in big times. We are in this dynamic. And at the same thing, we can have more even if both times are weak. So, if the prior probability that the spider is tough is low, this range here, then we have that the weak type of the protein coming. And that's type, of course, of war, of course, is probably find, of course, is probably even if the fire is weak. If both are weak, we observe four. Fear of being fault, just for reputational reasons, is so strong that the inheritance of the first period stays up. Which is different from the starting model. Here the difference is that even though and of course by tough type instead of accommodation dating is one period social size. There is not only the addition of more unique types, but also the addition of our work with the fire and the touch. Just to express short identification. For those let us take a look now at the details in more colors. So the structure of the curriculum is a bit similar, quite similar. In this case, the expressions, we have the pre-special entrance and we use the basic of column 3, and then column 2, and then column 5. So we focus on what is column 3 and the first one. And the rest in the case which is the documentation then again we have ranges determine the behavior now in column 3 first period. Again, if a paragraph in the required start should be large, then larger than this square. So remember this diagonal. Then the wiki comment files for sure in 3 and the wiki stays out there. Then there is the range between P upper bar to the G and P upper bar square, which is the file randomizes whether to find X or not, and the weak entrance is out. Of course, the young entrance is zero is smaller than the upper bound student, and then we can randomize the structure is similar. Of course, we should complete the description by the methodology. Last period is always like a cycle. Here, there. With n colonies, meaning larger than 3. Again, we have the power of the upper bar that always the thresholds. So, what is interesting here is that when there are still n colonies, context, the entrance stay out. So the first period, it tends to stay out. Also, it's fine. Then, when just a few colonies remain to settle, the weak entrance may change in the encounter. So, it's also intuitive. So, if I know that the monopolist or the buyer has a lot of programs behind me that the buying wants key to impress, then I understand its logic and use its C. press but and I cannot fire. But if I close the last one, then there is a setting is very small, no? Because computation like a capital code that don't use the periods, so that it is not so important. It's appreciated very quickly. And then I understand this as a right group, and then I start okay. Then some point in time, when they are randomized, we choose not to file, and then let it start. Because mathematical signals and values, everybody understands, everybody. This is all project. Once you understand that the value is weak, then everybody. It's like Africa. This is the Europeans not able anymore. Everybody enters and the fire goes. So these are more so curiosity. So when it's grown, deeper you can disclose this out to unique number of colonies and the patient marks. Then the weak content which is the same everything value as the case to which it could start with the radical forcible commitment. I want to always fight, I want to always accommodate. But the same certification is seeking out commitment. Which was a critique mentioned at the beginning and next second. Actually, one is not something. Of course, if you can commit, and then when there is no entry, and you make it an offer. It's clear that the status gain for the fire is that it would be able to commit. This would be best possible situation. So, the friends, the fight back and incredible commitment. It would be the case. So, if you were mortal power and you are other men, and national societies, Western chief assessment, and then it's more important. It's an identity because I think it's worth, of course, all societies. All right. So, other questions? Then start here.
Okay, guys, let's share some big shocks, big news, and from Bettina Gerg. And she has done some ugly thing, and because she has manipulated my phone and with a WeChat, because she can jump seconds, and even she is not the union professor, she is kind of like V1, but I'm not sure whether it's V1 or not. A tenor track, like in German, I really don't know how to call that in tenor track, like vorübergehend Professor Steller at university, and who has the harsh evaluation if the students have the comments on, then she will left university very easily. And she has manipulated the minute and also this small pad from the Nova, and so she can make the inside time and Abweichend media outside time as our faculty cafeteria screen actually. That's why internal professor has bought that, because that's really slim. But you don't want to deal with it. The reason is, es lohnt sich nicht und man braucht nicht also even 1 second to waste the time on it. And the reason is that no one cares about that. Like you have 1,000, 10,000 seconds, and you don't care about like that. It's not every second count, right? So today afternoon, and while I hear the lecture first from the Professor Camille, and she has changed the seconds, changed the 进度条, and so to say, and she feel like very proud of that. She could have this kind of special functions and the special ability to manipulate students' devices, because also the massager at the Breitenbachplatz from the Thai classmate, and that was very interesting, and they can use the Gefei and directly from a far distance. She is not present in this kind of physical room, but they can use mind like to manipulate this kind of device and let something show on your screen, like jump out from the recorders and etc. But they should embed it into your deep dream state. While I sleep, I cannot always keep awakened state, not sleep, so that they got the opportunity to converge into and blame you haven't done something and etc. and does not have the monetary relation, but always force you to buy things. That's tenor track. I don't know how to say for übergehend Professor Steller at university, and which called in Switzerland, not in Germany. I don't know how that called, which kind of, because I don't believe the information from the website. And she can manipulate because the date was wrong and they today around 2.5 times. But let's just ignore and don't waste time on it. And but we should note that like the first thing is webmail. Captured it, and device time difference different than the inner time. Let's see. And then there are Outlook. Outlook is only one chapter, and HP is not filter, is printer, and then there are some other as well. She has did also another devices like simultaneously, and because of last Winkelmann docent professor from last year, and they got this kind of simultaneous effect in econometric analysis. But this year was taught by the professor not, so they are different. And so he does not take responsibility, but he is a director from a master program, and he could deal with that. Okay, so fine. Then the webmail system was kind of wrong, and the small pad has the play function that was closed the 进度条 but shows the voice. And another problem is today afternoon, and my phone was also affected by this kind of macro professoring, and in my current university, and this is like I am pretty sure that I sent at 15 o'clock 17 o'clock 57, and but the system time doesn't react, like haven't changed, but I send message, and the message sending time should be coped with the system time, like by phone, but they are not aligned together, and it seems like the inside time, like the WeChat sending time, does have delaying effect and effect, and so that the two time was not coped each other. But I was first to see the system time, and when system time is right, then I send message, and but their restraint requirement is that you cannot now see the inside time that our rules, and I then abide the rules like their mind constraint. And I haven't seen that and send a message. I thought that the message inside in the WeChat app that was 17 about 57, but it is but I don't know. I just give the trust of them. I think that they are the same time point, so to say, they cope each other. And this situation has also happened in a LibreText. And today morning, and the Christian Bechtek professor and from the face management team, and they have my all devices. I think that once we decope together, and I should change all the devices if I can afford the price, I will be very happy about that. And one problem is that the LibreText doesn't have the generalization function, and so it also influenced the Blueground app and Blueground company, the runs and etc. This kind of poor people from the Starken area near the Spandau, Berlin, they have using the extreme high energy, like screaming and very suffered energy, and to manipulate in the interference between the human and the computer. And so from my point of view, it is kind of like you don't need to that is so yeah, you why the why that was why you use so harsh energy, like why, and only to control one single character and etc. Is that the condition so slim that the one should have screaming effect in their suffered state, is so suffering, and I cannot think of, because Germany is a welfare country, and this kind of state that the German government gonna give those people who has a compensation, and like the every minimum wage and etc. Those kind of social package, so to say, and won't let the Germany have so many poor people, so to say. And so I, from my point of view, and I even not also in a poor range, and that's why use me, like my suffering, and this time you really have a need to show, and the reason is that we know each other for a long time period, and you don't need to show yourself like this kind of small function, and you should, that is really laughable. That's why on the class you have nothing to say, and that's the reason. And so from my point of view, and the story is following, and is that I haven't saw the date, because their professors and the university teaching team has constrained and saying, please don't see this, and afterwards if they grading, and like left them to the grading box and to the empty box in the campus management, and so that so that I trusted them, because you should trust them and give their time period like 40 minutes and to grading, and you should let them to feel freely and etc. And then afterwards, pseudo professor was called me like, please check now, and we already done something. We want to your intimacy part call, and we want to take that, and can you just now check it, because you are wrong and we haven't mentioned you in your mistaken time point. But after we eat all your food and let your family spend so much money, we not tell you, you are wrong and you should pay the price. We already took that, and you have nothing to eat now. That's the old trick. That's the old trick from the university, and you just get used to that. And because the way they used to gain from the students in the kostenlos country for the free study, Einführungszeichen, kostenlos, and 300 Einführungszeichen, and and then so that they have the gag, the Bettina gag has manipulated this kind of process, and using her mind, conscious, 我的天 my Managuta. There is not only one, and she can use that. Hingun here generates a lot of following energy, like every time, like every second, using the extreme suffering energy, and yeah, that's you can summon that, and in the next next class, and there are few appointments left over, and no, why not? But it's so funny. So next 2 3 days I should pay attention to, because I'm so afraid that our private conversations in my WeChat gonna be affected. Want this, want everything from me, and this kind of thing, and so that the time turned to the 56. But my question is, whether can you just make that 56 as I haven't crossed over the symbolization, and then it will be handleable. And the reason is, if I cross over and I feel like I lost all and etc., so at least I don't really make the point, and instead of just the small squares. And another problem is that if you don't make the shock at the 56, this number like BQ, and then means my hometown's mountain and the Huangcheng and etc., those kind of religions, place of religion, and then the problem is the confronted time point will not become so difficult. But I think, from my point of view, if professor not so harsh and they're so angry to take, they will not, at least from their point of view, and to make this kind of thing happen. The reason is, if they want to give back, and they won't take. Okay, so I also heard that Kowamani wants to, from the Professor Jan Marcus, and have my like high points, screaming energy, and etc. I feel like really devastating from their characters in their inside, like Komaveni and Carly Manson and etc. Those kind of small and poor, and for their drives can sacrifice everything. Those kind of this kind of teaching role, and teaching role of teaching, like is very common to see in our university, Galand. And once we got in the marketing department, and currently is the Professor Notes Lehrstuhl, and simultaneously in general aspect that there are Professor Lucas, and as well has the same office number as this one, and another one would be Christian Dressler, and Dressler is my host family, but we don't have much connection recent years, that we kind of as the Gegner, so to say, like extreme enemy. So I don't want to think this back. So once we make the presentation, I don't really want to connect with some private issue or etc. So never mind. And another problem is that all this kind of type and want to marry the rich family, but I don't want, at least from my current state. And so okay, so that's the problem. And I will not delete the message, but from my point of view, Professor Yin has also taken something, but for me, like the way is more gentle, and from my point of view, I strongly suggest that prefer the Miko professor instead of the Mako Professor Yin, and so that's my point of view, but my conscious will not really count into big decisions, for example, and like my portion of salt contribution, like could potentially only contribute like to 1 to 2%, like they are taking from me recently, and the reason is Professor Evans and he haven't really took this extent, like he has at least drove a car and he has not changed position with me. Now is the situation in other female professor, and I will not be sure that in the future I gonna have some academic professions, but they are take that very grandly, like how to say that, like very freely, and so that they are taking like my seminar from the Professor Hegelberg. We did that in the macroeconomics since like European Central Bank, like kind of institution based in Europe, but the same function as Federal Reserve and etc. As a governing council and etc. Those kind of functionality in academic things. But afterwards, the Macro professor has came in, and that year I have missed the admission, and that's why she did really bad thing, like from the Miko side, like Johanna, that year Johanna M, and has did bad thing, and to make a huge also the huge shock, and etc. And they have only taught for 1 year, and it's not like every normal years like we can continue teaching for so long time. But really, if you really have a lower quality as them, and I really cannot recommend. Even now, I don't supposed to say, because as you say that I don't have the decision rights more anymore, because the face department has taken my Bevollmächtigung, and so that I cannot determine and everything they are doing for me, but unfavorable, because every time take is from intimacy part. I need that to burn children in my future. I don't want to sacrifice this to the research work that I cannot burn, right? So every time you take from that part, and I feel like very unfavorable, so to say, from my point of view, and that's why. But this year is so surprising. You're teaching here already the 30 years, and I cannot remember how low quality I was changed during this year enrolling in a master program, and how many they are taking from me, and a lot of given, but all gifts what I don't need actually, and I'll give this kind of rent like your own name, just live in your own name, by your own name, and break the belief to the ER professor and etc. So from my point of view, and 30 years really long for your quality, like from my honestly speaking, and what you give me actually I don't need, and it's just purely waste my time, like delaying what is formal thing for me actually. Maximize 2025, you're gonna let me to graduate from my bachelor study. Maybe you haven't, you give some expensive luxury vono, and then did those kind of thing in October, the fall course, destroyed every substances in physical things about my life, and etc. I hardly think that you still can stay at university, and how could your be specialized? And from my point of view, really, and yeah. And that's why you every time ask the facial recognition from this kind of formal confirmation procedures from the renting company and from this and that. And I fully that because so haven't changed any. And only the only the outside format has changed. But your code is still haven't, and every time the token from me and the macro PowerPoint all made by my based on my presentation and etc. Happy Filter, the printer, and my previous worked company and worked bank in my hometown, and as the technical department director and etc. And they added chapter from Adela University, and this year 1 page for the literature, and because you thought that is beneficial because every DOI is 9 and 6, that satisfies you. And so from my point of view, I don't know, I don't know why you still stay at university as a macro professor. I really want you to go, and because every time, every second, you're taken from me and taken from my intimacy part. That's some of my thoughts, and yeah. This year, add another chapter, yeah, okay. So in the formal examination about the health economics, I was not stopper, but you will not say I did some mistake, but you won't say because you want me to pay the big price afterwards. And I added a point, you added a chapter, and are you aligned with my academic conscience at all? 要不然我走呗，反正也可以。然后，但是我要带走 everything belonging to me. I think when I left university and I prepare now and I gonna take everything from university and who belong to me. For example, like macro PowerPoint and macro professor's position will not secure because because unless I am not existing in the university and otherwise she cannot secure her position. And that's the one point. If you can secure a position and feel like a guy about that, and I can also live randomly and everywhere I want. But why you want that? Like my private conversation in WeChat, Chinese WeChat, and the time point light gray character. Why you want that? Why are you can't? Why you want that? Show your special ability or what? Really sucks as you seek as really shows your ability, meine Güte. That's why you cannot speak a word at a class because you only the RD, right? Analyst from data panel. Yeah.
Schon auf seine Rückkehr. Der hat jetzt erstmal unterschrieben als Sportdirektor oder so. Technischer Direktor bei nochmal Twente, glaube ich. Ne? So, schauen wir mal, wie sieht's aus? Sind die beiden Mannschaften schon auf dem Weg nach draußen? Also wenig überraschend, nächste Bayer Leverkusen, B kommt 4 Tore zu spät. Und Bochum kommt auch. Gibt angenehmere Momente, um eingewechselt zu werden. Und der auch schlecht zu sehen. Das wäre genauso. Ja, man könnte meinen, so wie Bochum und Bardet gerade am Seitenrand machen, dass sie 4-0 vorne liegen. Also genau das bei den beiden trotzdem. Und dann
反正我也不想上了，就不想上班了，不想当这教授了，没啥意思，赚不了什么钱，而且还一肚子气，每次只能拿1%到2%的我宅男，真是的，都37、38的人了，然后还拿的是人家的引导，那有啥呀？拿就拿呗，那又咋了？我现在可以，我就像 Greta 一样，我的天呐！我可以 define anything， 我可以控制 seconds， 我还可以 give degree 呢，但我现在没教几个，然后只教了大概3、4个吧，差不多，他们都是那种很聪明的那种。但是我来了2、3年吧，现在还没有教出来，然后我也不觉得惭愧。但是Miko教授呢，就觉得有点不好意思去那个auto 丢手啊，因为他觉得他自己没有来这么长时间，因为他 came from last year， 然后他没有教那么，但是 Marco 教授觉得他教出来的那么3到4个学生，现在已经毕业了，然后他觉得他很自豪的，然后所以他就。
progress that presented last time met. Very noted paper, so I report. Today is going to be the last session for the first part of the course. The course is in three unequal parts. The first part is about models or outbreak. Last week, part. And next week, we will read the second part of origins of collective reversibility. Part of you, all models that you need in the possibility. Model, all those models deposit references for graphic sources for our countries. This is a very basic necessary there or the mechanism a degree of aggression. We discuss the genetic preferences for the resources and then in the third part, we will discuss some ethical and normative aspects that we will also talk by essentially scholar, Professor Leader from our today we will have a look at the important issue, especially related to tires. So up to now, we have mostly dealt with international instruments based on states of similar power. Superpowers are weapons or states that use professional means, but without most any strong asymmetry. In reality, there are historically fires and machine and maybe weaker states. And many of these weaker states historically were colonies of the fire that would means in order to exploit colonies. Material methods out of the colony. But this is the kind of situation that we're going through. And the difference with respect to the models we saw before is that the tires face not just one enemy, perspective. Of course, there may be several fires or fire. The topic is now the symmetric relationship between core chemistry of the fire and the qualities of processes or plasma states. And important aspect is this type of relationship is that once the fire with respect to one colony, they signal something to the other colonies. Particular core character of fire, they want to cultivate the reputation of darkness, being unwilling to compromise, in order to impress the remaining colonies that they stay peaceful and away the vigilance of the fire. Some targets and also the fraction war in terms here is Moscow has a number of organized states in its influence, and they may part from it, fighting Ukraine before it parts, a signal that Russia is tough, and as we signal the remaining Basel states, states. This may possibly explain Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine is the father to all the states that in their exit the Russian fire coalition and that they will face armed cross-countries. It's a very good idea. The meetings said como castigados e militares. Queste essere one to educate, one to educate the hundred. Also, maximum of the cultural revolution. By hard for the single target, you signal that you are a tough guy and you press educate and pacify all other similar and this is something that could also explain a lot of smaller conflicts during the Cold War. The Cold War, so used to say, oh, we had peace during the Cold War, so it was actually great. Actually, there were many wars. And typically, wars where countries try to escape the influence of great power. Great power, what is point that country become independent of the great power. For the West, power nation. got the solid fire, one dimension, EI, and Slovakia, guys, let's try to escape the domination of the power taking check. And one possible explanation, because some of these conflicts were extremely positive for the empire. The explanation for this is that the benefit for the empire was not just keep that country in, it was also to signal to the remaining ones that they love. It's a signal to suggest that empires touch value for any education or resolve about it. And this is what we want to do. General reputation, what is reputation in economics? Reputation is belief about some issue of the agent is held by other agents that interact with this agent. And this belief influences those other agents' behavior. Reputation is like a marathon of goods that can be accumulated and costly actions, investment in capital, or costs in order to impress the others, in order to convince the others that you have certain instance. If you have cultivate that reputation, because otherwise the reputation may erode over time, and then others change their beliefs about you, and then it will act intention that is also bad. Next, reputation is seen as an asset. Find also first. In Germany, it was valuable because it was attached to the belief that products that came from Germany, cars, were highly quality. The quality was not directly observable, but as for Germany, we attached it with government. There's some reputation, and then you start to sell low quality products until you get the high quality, and then it starts to erode your reputation. This is one standard interpretation. Another application of the concept of reputation in economics is that reputation. Which is campaign. Therefore, because question is whether monopolist is willing to fight entrants in local markets. Again, here reputation matters, as in this case, in order to discourage potential entrants who might enter the market and deprive you of your proper rights. The change store and in some application entrant enters. If you accommodate the entrant, in the sense that basically reduce your prices, that will not prevent some here, and the entrant earns some market profit. This would encourage also other entrants in other markets. Right? If you have a reputation for being tough, say, if somebody dares to enter, then you conduct predatory pricing, that you proceed by temporarily underselling the rival, with a lot of advertising, and so on. And, you lose profits, but you enter competitor to balance. And it will be costly. So the price war against the entrant. On this particular market, you are making losses, but you are gaining a reputation for toughness. You're not tolerating competitors in your local markets. And technically, you don't enter in the market. The reason for mafia, you are a criminal organization, you have control of then there may be an entrant that wants to enter your market, and they accommodate for five things. If you accommodate, you lose a bit. If you fight, you lose a lot in that particular market. Because they did very big things. But you gain a reputation for being a kind of but then that matters. This is the same logic in international relations. So, we're going to look at this issue in a model that uses the concept of sequential equilibrium or exercise equilibrium, which is the concept we used last time. So we'll have to have a dynamic situation in one in which there is asymmetric information. So these will be logically determined, and we have when difference both with respect to the choice of behavior and the rotation of needs. This is why the concept of exercise equilibrium, sequential equilibrium, is a very related concept. So, we start with a very simple expression, and then we maybe a little bit more complicated. There are two types of chambers. So there is a single long-running cabinet, which is a fire in our application. In this encampment is a sequence of entrants. These are colonies that may struggle for independence. And in each period, there is a possibility for one colony to decide whether to struggle for independence or to stay peaceful. So, if it stays peaceful, then exploitation goes on as before and nothing changes. But if it struggles for independence, then the empire or the core country, the other is imprisoned, decides whether to accept loss of this colony, accommodate, or to fight back. And these are the key thing is that there is a sufficient information with respect to the nature of the encampment. This river forest is also for the entrance. The encampment, the empire will not know. It can be of two types. So there is the tough type and the weak type. The prior probability that the empire or the core country is stuffed is E0, and with probability 1 minus E0, empire is E. With respect to the entrance, we also assume possible types. Probability Q0, the entrant is tough, and the related probability is E. The important thing is that the type of the colony changes from one colony to the next. Can change. The colonies have types that are statistically dependent on each other. Growth of the state distribution, Q0, 1 minus Q0. First, the encampment has a certain type, and this type does not change for the entire. From the entrance to the entrance, that would be, say, a political force in economy. The importance of the force that decides to stick peaceful or to for independence. If the entrance does not struggle for independence or it stays out, so to speak, it doesn't question the power of the empire, then it realizes the years to if it struggles for independence, then payoff, which is the expected payoff, will depend on the reaction of the empire. If the core fights back, then there is a war, and the expected payoff is -1 because of the income. If instead the core sets independence, accommodates, then the entrance gets a benefit B, positive. Entrance entry and accommodation is preferred option, and civil war or war against the empire is the force power. Or the incumbent, so if there is no entry, there is the monopoly rate, which is just like A, pretty positive. If there is wonderful independence and economic mindset, then the period will get +1. Instead, the incumbent does not fight back, for instance, independence of the economy, then correlating is 0 pay. For the incumbent, the preferred outcome is that the policy is useful, and the worst outcome is that it's informed.
Also, is for the efforts, for example, I think it's a situation really on the top of the state power because they have fight and which is evidence, of course, that once
And it's the second time. So this is the weak time. Last time always refers to fight. This is the definition of times. So the weak times are between normal people and experience. Then, however, there are also times that are always ready to fight. And so last time, in case of the entrance, will always enter. Not any trade-off, always enter. And the buyer will always buy if there's entry.
Please explain why for the incumbent F0 if the entrant validates the market, which is in this example, is the entrant gets a positive correlation, a positive result if the accommodates. But how can the just 0 for the incumbent not negative if there's a correlation for the entrant?
When the level is completely, so these are for one lines exchange consideration and videos and or results location. This is 0 and this E. Okay? So then a minus B here and then so this is the entry and the payoffs are for the weak times. So the tough times are for the electron times, so they just do things. And it's not explained why they do. So and the entrance and the camera. So the entrance is whether to stay out or to enter. Enter, then the incumbent, the buyer must decide whether to proceed or fight back the enter. So in the whole game, this will be repeated for every copy. So that the buyer will face many situations like this in sequential grid, whereas each column faces just once. So let us examine this game, first of all, in the simplest case in which game only one time, it's only one column, and the information is full. Sense that well known that the entrance is weak and the tablet is weak. this is in the simplest case, we have two Nash equilibrium. One equilibrium is entry out and comes back. And the other equilibrium is the entrance and the counting the complaints. So let's check that these are the best lines to each other. So even that the entrance stays out, then for the camera it is irrelevant what it chooses. So I think that is the best reply to out. Even that the camera finds an entrance, the entrance will get -1. That's fine. If enters. And therefore, it is better for the entrant to stay out. So, the out is the best by expected find. It's also Nash equilibrium, so given that the entrant enters, the best reply for the incumbent is to put it's 0 instead of -1. That the cabinet accommodates the entrance to entering and is better, so it's a both. It's an important because it's the idea of something perfection. That's why economics was pointed out that this Nash equilibrium is not very appealing because it is supported by a threat that is not credible. If assume that we focus on this equilibrium. So now, what would happen if the entrant enters instead of staying out? Well, for the incumbent, it would be better to accommodate. If we anticipate this, then this cannot be the situation why the first one is not correct. And so it was developed this refinement of a subgame perfect equilibrium. Subgame perfect equilibrium is an Nash equilibrium which is an equilibrium play, a Nash equilibrium in all games, sub-games that are included in the game. What are sub-games? These are games that start from any node of the game. So here we have the game tree, and we have the home game that starts from this node, but we also have a node here. So here we have a trivial game, in which there is only one player that decides, player captain. So, subgame perfection requires that also in nodes that are not reached by equilibrium play in the Nash equilibrium, also in this case, a Nash equilibrium is played. So, in this case, Nash equilibrium typically is just choosing the strategy that is maximizing the value of the line. And it is state always to accommodate. So that this kills the first Nash equilibrium. The first Nash equilibrium is not subgame perfect. So that we are going to further focus on this one, which is also information is equation at B. Okay, so this is the situation. This is the situation which created a lot of discussion at the time. Why? Because we think some imperfection is a quite appealing concept, and it's in such a framework that the potential entrant does enter and the cathode accommodates. However, suppose that there is a chain store, so that there is not just one market or one colony. Let's talk about markets. One market, 100 markets. This would imply that the incumbent would use all 100 markets. This seems strange. And this is, however, a necessary implication of some imperfection. And we can modify the prediction only if we introduce some incomplete information. This is precisely what we're going to do. First of all, let us do it in the simplest case in which we have one colony, so again, static way. But now with 2 times for each layer.
Spiegel ma czasami
Layer can be done for week and we probably keep Q0 and 1 minus Q0 and then income and be done for week. Probably Q0 for 1. So now so we have only to discuss the weak types because the tough types they do always enter and always fight. So it's interesting only to discuss the weak types. So now the weak types, the weak entrant knows that it will be fought by tough incumbents, but it will not be fought by a weak incumbent. So, what is then the optimal decision for the potential entrant? Well, it depends if the expected period of entry is larger or smaller than 0, which is the period of the count. So, what is the expected period of entry? So, the probability is 0, the empire is tough, and will fight me back, and then I will get -1. The probability 1 minus 5 is 0, the empire is weak, and we accommodate my entry, and then I will get the benefit of independence B. So this is my expected payoff of entry, which can be positive or negative, depending on the values of B and T0. And this payoff here is positive if the exact probability or prior probability that the binary is tough is small, smaller than a certain threshold, B divided by 1 plus B. This case not wrong. In this equal to 0. If we denote this threshold by P alpha bar, means if the not have for independence. But if the prime probability that the various will large or small, then it will. So the reaching candidate that we saw before are not safe. What is the state? If the candidate has a probability, the higher probability is smaller than zero, smaller than zero, smaller than 3, then there will be entry for sure, and then it will accommodate entry. So it will take value of 0. Of course, also if the staff and enters, instead, if the prior probability of the fastness is larger than the other bar, then if the potential entrance is weaker, then it will not enter. So in this case, if we get it,
I agree. 然后是好像是 composite 一个 reciprocity 加一个那个就是过那个树林的时候，然后 frost tropic of forest， 然后 C 和 CGC， 然后换位置，然后是0.85，然后这个是这个对应的，我觉得可能是 decision with supposedly 或者可能被用，我觉得，所以可能是这个被当成了一个 public action， 然后他们用的是这个尖这个地方，然后割的肚子这个地方就是就是眼睛，然后连接的是 intimate part， 所以我觉得这儿有问题。或者是这个也是这样的，就是换色可能是问题，也就是只有一个就是那个 support person， 然后你就是 chase。
held by probably that the camera is touched. The camera is ready to pay something in order to raise the zero of the entrance. The camera is touched.
那 reversely speaking, and you can potentially
start the interesting challenging part. Are there questions about the basic framework? Okay, so now instead of getting to the any possible number of colonies, that's quite numbers. We deal with the case of 2 colonies, which is enough in order to get the intuition. So maybe another interpretation. Another interpretation of this is, I mentioned it in the beginning, the word, for instance, Vietnam is the United States, and then Vietnam starts the independence war, and the US or France, US then fights. examples where there was a struggle for independence and the cabinet accommodated. So this is the case for the regularization of the 50s. So many European countries were colonies in Africa. 1960, for instance, was declared the year of African independence. Many countries declared independence from the former European empire. So it's good examples for accommodation. These were also cases in which Belgium was low. So about Belgium or Netherlands or France, where so now we have a truly dynamic situation with two periods, and we allow for discounting the future to some discount factor at time. Delta is 0 and 1, but strictly positive. Also 1. So, what is now the issue? Now the issue is that phospho a relatively weak empire may choose to mimic the tough type in the first period in order to impress the colony of the second period so that the colony of the second period stay out. This is the underlying logic that we want to scrutinize. Is there an incentive for a normal, so to speak, or weak buyer to fight in the first period, so doing deviating from what was optimal period case, in order to deter entry in the second period. This can only work if by fighting in the first period, you can signal that you are tough. Signal in the sense that you can raise the belief by your opponent that you are tough. Of course, the opponent is not silly. The opponent knows that you have an incentive to bluff and to mimic. It's difficult. So, there are two brief cases to consider. The first is a simpler. The first one is a simple one, which nothing really matters. This is the case in which the cost of reputation building, of changing the beliefs so that you serve your adversary, is meaning darkness is not interesting. When is this the case? What is the cost of reputation building? Well, the cost of reputation building lies in the fact that in the first period, instead of accommodating entry to occur, getting then 0, you find it back. And we assume that in this case, the payoff of the current is like 1. So that the cost is 1. What is then the term of this spiking? The term of this spiking is that in the next period, instead of getting 0, because you don't find the sign receivable that you are weak, and then there will be a case, the economy does not enter, and then it gets the rent. This happens only if the entrant of the second colony is not tough, because the tough entrant enters anyway. Their efforts in the first period are meaningless.
This might have also the probability that it has to fight when I have costs. Because it must depend somehow on how correlated this enters. And I have to make costs.
Yes, this is yeah. So the probability that you do not have an entry, thanks to the fact that you have convinced a weak entrant of the second colony of 20 is 1 minus 0, because the probability of 0 is enters anyhow. This probability is weak, and then is convinced not to enter, in which case you get as incumbent A. So this is your expected payoff, view from the viewpoint of the second period, and view from the viewpoint of the first period. You discount it with delta. So the cost of reputation building is larger than the return if this inequality is met, which is the case if the prior probability that the entrant is stuck is sufficiently large, larger than a threshold that will be denoted by Q alpha bar. So if I am almost sure so the frequency of tough entrants, these are revolutionaries that are fighting for independence and will tough thinking. So if the probability is very large, if Q0 is very large, then it doesn't pay to build a reputation to fight because they do not react on this information. The tough entrants. The tough entrants enter. Even if they don't or they're pretty sure that the tough guy, they will struggle for independence. So if economies are often dominated by tough traders, then this strategy of building a reputation is not becomes interesting if zero is then if you are in this situation, then we are like the status game. We compile by files, we entrant. So now I is that will be the second one.
Okay.
So, it's not so actually there is a logic behind, but it is a bit confusing. So the entrance, the incumbent faces first the entrance two, and then entrance one. So, the outcome is as follows. So the weak entrance 2, which is the first entrance will only if 0 is smaller than 3 upper bar, and so with 4. It's just like the start gate. And if it does not enter, then also the entrance 1 next to it well, also it will not enter because it will face no additional information about the binder. Because entrance 2 will mean that the probability that it is starting is 0. If instead there was anything in the first period, because this is because it was tough. In any case, the incumbent will not fire entry. It is weak. And it will fight in any case if it is tough. This means that observing the behavior following the entry, level 1 reveals time. Okay, calculate the coloring level 2. 1. Then the weak entrant will enter if there is no fire. This is related to the so-called domino effect, integration of relations. So this was one of the main arguments for the task, the end task for the US. So otherwise, if we get down kind of independent state, then all other countries will follow, like in London. Then they all will become. So this is similar to the if the fire does not fight entry to the one, the entry means that it is the vendor also to the without. That's it. The interesting case is if we have the reverse inequality. If Q0 probability that quantities are asked is not large. And a reason that it might be impressed by fighting behavior, also by a weak fire. So here we have, first of all, a change as compared to the standard model of incomplete information. So now, in this case, the weak incumbent is willing to fight in colony 2, which is the first period. If doing so deters later entry. And it means that if enters 2 in the first period enters, then the entire is weak, it will fights back with some positive probability. Proof by contradiction. We are claiming that a weak empire fights back entry in the first period. Yes, correct. So, now suppose the contrary. Suppose that the equilibrium weak candle does not fight back with some positive probability, but accommodates for sure. Then, by fighting the buyer, I use sheet for the buyer and heat for the cost. The buyer will make the entrant, will make the entrant one, the next one, leave the buyer is not for sure. But if the current is tough, then it will fight back. And the entrant will do one. Stay out. Then the total expected value of the current will increase next to this deviation. Increase for the reason that we made before, that the return on reputation building is larger than the cost of building reputation if it is a quality spread. Well, indeed, if we are in this situation in which there are efficiently many economies that are governed by sensible preference, and you press them so that zero is small enough, then there will be a difference in behavior as compared to the standard. Difference in behavior with respect especially to the buyer. So, this is just the first step, however. Because then we have to assert in what probability the incumbent fights back entry in the first period. Now we've just said that it will fight back entry because the weak incumbent. But we have not said if it will fight entry every time or only sometimes. Sometimes if fighting means that there will be some random randomized decision to fight back or not. To fight back with some probability. Okay, so now we stay within the growth rate which Q0 is smaller than Q of a bar. That is the reputation building is more. Then we discuss something. First one is the case in which the buyer has here is 0. Then there is P alpha bar. When P alpha bar was the threshold value that we calculated before, by a quick gambit, a quick entrance to the one column. Now, let us consider a case in which the prior probability that the fire is started, put it is really obsessed, is this range. So, now, the fighting back, the first period is done in order to impress the economy of the second period. So, we have to assess how the posterior release of colony 1, which is 43, how these posterior releases are affected by the fighting of entry into one. So then we apply by this period. So we want to determine what is the probability that the fire starts, given that we observed that it fought in the previous period. Probability that the fire starts, given that there was a fight in colony 2. For bias rule, it is equal to this one. Okay. The conditional probability of observing fight, given that it starts, is 1. Because the task is vehicle size almost 1. Multiplied by the probability that the prior probability that the fire starts is equal to 0. And what is the probability of a fight? Well, it's equal to the probability that the fire is starts, because in this case, always occurs. So this is 0. Probability that the fire starts times 1. The frequency of fighting by that is plus the probability that the fire is normal times some probability that we have to some probability that the weak type the fire fights. So we will not by beta. This we have to determine. So beta is the conditional probability that the weak fire fights fire for independence of colony. So this is the probability. This is the probability assigned by the colony 1 after observing the fight in the previous period. So, what can we see? Well, you see that if beta is the probability, is the conditional probability that the captain fights entering in colony. So, if beta is equal to 1, then zero plus 1 minus 0, so this is 1, so this is 0. So in this case, the probability that the encounter starts would be equal to the prior probability. smaller than 1, then this probability will be larger than 0. So it means that having some probability that beta switch to positive will induce a rising of the defined stuff such that the probability that the defined stuff will be larger than 0. And this is the impressive effect of finding serious one on the mutation it actually also believes held by only one defined stuff. Now, since this probability is then larger than 0, then for the same reason as for the one period case, the second period is like a static case. It's like one period game. It's like a one period game that starts not with the probability 0, but with this probability attached to the entire fighting. Because this is the last period. The second period is the last period. This means that if the entire is weak, it's just blasting, and entry occurs, the entire will accommodate. There's no reason to fight the second period because there is only if this probability is larger than 0, then fighting returns the weak anyway. Second period. And in equilibrium, we must say that indeed the weak candidate acts for sure. Acts for sure because in this way it avoids a weak entrant in a period 2 to enter. And it is worthwhile for the weak fire to fight in the first period, because in this case, the returns from reputation building exceeds the cost of reputation. It means that if we are in this situation, so we are always in the large case in which the probability that companies are staff is not too large, more than something going on. It is always but in this situation here, we have that beta is equal to 1. Beta is the conditional probability of fighting back entry in the first period even at the entry occurs. Probability from the fire to we can fire to 5 in the first colony given that entry occurs.
Say.
And this means that a weak entrant will stay out. Stay out. Not entrant. interval range from 10 minutes.
this? Why is there? Okay, guys，我回来了。我现在 retry into the study set, and I can study long actually. But I sometimes have a little bit consideration because my physical condition was sometimes not in a perfect fit state. I don't want to spend too many energy on struggle because I think that I don't need to, and that's why I usually find the angle and so the most comfortable way to start because I really want to kind of gain in this kind of thinking pattern. Oh yeah, I don't want to use excessive struggle energy and to gain something that less than your input. That's why yeah, sometimes it's very thinkable. Okay, so fine. Let's continue and we got this, and we have the promise about 10 hours opening, and now we're gonna open a new study live stream, and my co-presenter has sent the email to me, and I just opened from the Donnerstag today, is like 2 days ago, and I haven't opened, and he already done this one, and it feels amazing, and yeah, so I really don't know which kind of part is from him. Okay, so none of none of them. Okay, fine. So let's continue, so to say, and just writing the notes down, and yeah. I only was to buy two blobby muffin, but today I saw the texture has fully changed. Like the weather design that was so much better than previous weather design, and the report the 2000 had said now you should buy five and tomorrow is six, and I think that I don't really want to balance it in that kind of way, and they saying I just buy two and then it's fine, and so let's kind of negotiate about this six block and muffin, fifth block and muffin, and then without things, although it's things for six, and and yeah, so so let's continue doing things. 嗯嗯嗯嗯，天啊，怎么会这样？ Mm. Okay, guys, we just experienced something really threatening life, and it's like the double B from our university and Miko Economic Fahrstuhl, Lehrstuhl, and because the Marco Professorin like BG and notes professor as well, and I usually don't learn from them. That's why I don't need appreciate of you, no, and yeah, and double B Boris was standing on the Stange of the WC Dusch Stange and was above there and look left side down. And finally, I found that he is using the panel data analysis and has embedded the small program in small pad, like €99, and then jump some hint, but not from the ER professor, and not from Professor ER, and then he starts to blame in the mind and using the sonic silver dust energy and to threaten my throat area and let me to stark husten. And I feel like my intimacy part already gone that kind of feeling. And I feel like my previous femito was strong possessed in the intimacy part, and that can danger your life because in in Germany, that in the underground U-Bahn, that they have the Hinweis like from before gay and etc. And they are saying, please be attention aware, like if the color is yellow and black, then you should pay more attention to because there is a warning symbol also from the face department. And they gonna use that and to directly threaten human life. And I feel like devastating because so I just over time and I said in my live stream that I can open to 20 hours or 12 hours. So I don't really think that is a restraint. And I'm not serious, but you are not threatening me. And in Professor Siva's course, and he has taken one point to the research speeches, and because them wants to that YP, and the begging energy, and they wants these students back them. So I really need to considering to go to the Studienverwaltung, pre-ask them if for even I fulfill the requirements, and if they have other reason like don't want to grading or etc. those kind of thing, or you said right but they said wrong, they said you are wrong, and they don't want to give what they took or they should give to you, and then in this kind of circumstance I don't know how to deal with this. And I felt one thing very ridiculous because he let me to open the website, like the bright website, only to expose myself, and most of the information was wrong because Aggie Davish and our bunny classmate that she is kind of idiot, and that's why, and she cannot say something factually, and so that's why, and jumping some small program like using this kind of idiot to achieve the purpose about some gratefulness and etc. That would be great, right? So you can potentially and always use this kind of idiots and to put them together and to find some certain like Alice Gray step function as they archetypish, and they kind of could be used because they are kind of cheap and like idiot and doom. that's why usually they will be political, like somehow used. And in this case, Alex Gray was also this this group of person that they can kind of create a create some personal groups like together, and so that I feel like very ridiculous, and he wants to threaten my life and using just one dust in 1 second. And because there is a second channel about a cent hour and cent hour small with just only 1 point more, but I feel setting I was thinking that it's kind of the same channel as I abonneed, but it is not same, so to say, the 322, and they have a bad intention because the original one 223 they have only goodness, so to say, and that's why 322 using the copy and to how to say that, to manipulate the goodness and turn it to the bad intention. But you will think that is that one who is send hour, but it is not send hour. Is send hour with a point, and that's why so-called 322 like copy study and etc. But absolutely, I haven't mean that it's replication study in the economic of education, and absolutely not. But sometimes they gonna infect in this way because because they gonna they gonna think in this kind of way because it's much more it's kind of like is much more beneficial, and so that you could potentially use this kind of way and to like threatening others' life, and instead of using just 1 second to kill even their alive. So I kind of that about this Boris B, but we are usually not the same team in a university. They presented the bad value and the bad interests in the university, but we kind of like present the goodness, so to say, influence setting. And there is problem with Professor notes recently, and since he has the quantum eyes, hear this voice. This is this is this person was kind of possessing, but yeah, but I think that they are not restraining me, but the neighbors conference the door, and his husband currently was embedded in behind the mirror was possessing, and as I'm par like wife and husband, they could potentially cooperate together and to under oppress this kind of children in the middle, and they can take over sexual energy. Okay, fine. So okay, so let's close the study live stream for this now and to reopen another one. So see you guys in next study live stream. So to say March value, I feel second. But absolutely those kind of people like March, and they doesn't, yeah, they could like themselves, right? So yeah. And even on the website, this kind of Boris has saying that he currently teaching at University Hagen, and Hmm.